Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. And already the parishes are involved in a ding-dong battle. The first event scheduled on track is the under 9 girls 4x100 meters. That's a prelim. So that's the only track event that will be a prelim. That's a relays, a 4x100 meter relays, and we start with the under 9 girls, go to the under 9 boys, the under 11 girls, under 11 boys, under 13 girls, under 13 boys, under 15 girls, under 15 boys. And once we complete those events, we would have completed all the prelims, and it would be straight finals, all finals from there on track. So we're getting there. We are absolutely getting there. Is this live Saturday? I can't. Okay, so we just turned on the sound. As you can hear in the background, there is some copyrighted music being played in the background, so we had to ensure that we set the system up so that we don't get any copyright infringement. And so once we did that, yours truly would be available to give you a live commentary from the event as we see the ladies, youngsters, the babies really, being marshaled out for the under 9 girls 4x100 meters. This event scheduled, or it was scheduled, to start at 10 a.m. sharp. Of course, like yesterday, we are having a little bit of a delay, not a long delay. We're about 19 minutes behind now, and I suspect we'll get on the way about 10:30 or thereabout. Hi, Miss Favoran. It's been a while. You know, I got a call yesterday from a female fan. She didn't want to tell me her name, but she said she listens to me all the time and quite enjoys my commentary. So, big up to all the fans who are watching and listening and are on track alerts, taking part in the chat. A reminder to just like, share and subscribe. Again, like, share and subscribe. So again, like, share and subscribe. So again, like, share and subscribe. The stream, Track Alerts TV, is live here at the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. I want to say good morning to all my colleagues at the Money College, all the students at the Money College waiting on their exam results. I know it's a frustrating process and we've been waiting a while, but as your outgoing president of the guild, I am pushing to ensure that those results are available to you in a timely manner. Yes. So again, good morning to the folks at the Money College, as we're just about ready to get on the way. The first event, the girls under 9. That's the girls under 9 4x100 meters. So, again, if you weren't hearing any sound before, we apologize for that. As I stated, we are trying to avoid Championships. So we're almost ready as we see the teams lining up. We see the teams lining up now. I'll give you the lineup for those teams in just a second. As soon as the folks inside the box.
We are poised to get started, hopefully at 10:30. Or before that, we see the athletes moving from the martial area. Some are already on the track. Some are lining up for the field events. We want to big up everybody this morning. Coming over from yesterday, what a day we are going to be in for. It's a pleasant morning so far. We want to say thanks to the providers of the PA system who continue to improve on the sound. And we want to welcome all of you. Remind them that they need to get into the stadium. It's a measly cost to get in.
And I'm reminded of the cost to enter the stadium. For the youngsters, I was told $300, and I think for adults it's just about $500. So as Mr. Nash from the J.T.A said, it's a measly cost. As we see Wendy Gardner sing, big up my son Chad all the way best today. So Wendy, which parish is Chad representing? Because you can't just say big up Chad, you know, and tell which parish he's competing for. Gregory Gardner saying Teresa Josephs from St. Catherine. Yes, I saw her yesterday. She did a fantastic job for St. Catherine. Big up Nigel Stewart from Brownstone. Yes, saw Nigel as well representing St. Anne. And I see folks cheering on Teresa here again. Team St. Mary, Team Trelawney, Team St. Anne, all being represented. St. Andrew, so shout out my niece and her friends representing St. Andrew. Marissa Vidal, what's your niece's name? So we can make sure that the moment is recorded for history. As we get into the start of a first event. So the start of the first event is just about ready. So girls under 9, 4x100 meters. And there's a break at the start. Break at the start, stop. The youngster's not stopping. I'm shouting stop, stop, stop. Just remember, I'm not the stadium announcer right now, but I was shouting stop, 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 stop. They eventually did stop, and it gives me an opportunity to give you the lineup. So interesting news here early. Well, I do see them there, but it says on our start list that St. Thomas DNS, but I do see them in lane number 8. So in lane 8, that's St. Thomas. Lane 7, Trelawney. Lane number 6, Manchester. There. Lane number 5, Hanover. Lane 4, that is St. Andrew in green. In lane 3, St. Mary in beige, and St. Catherine in tight lane number 2. They are in red singlets. The gun sends them off and running. Let's see as it moves. It's the St. Andrew team in lane number 4 in green who makes the early move. They are past Hanover on the outside. The first exchange is to be made now. Safe for Hanover, and they continue to blaze the track. On the outside, Trelawney and Manchester going well. But it's all about St. Andrew here on these first 2 legs. Is there a change over the next 2? They change slow there for St. Andrew, but they get it away. St. Andrew leading. St. Thomas on the outside going well as well. It's St. Andrew based on the stagger who has the advantage. is St. Andrew in lane number 4, who come through to make the final exchange first. On the inside, St. Catherine is moving as well, but St. Andrew, they have the advantage. It's St. Andrew, St. Catherine, St. Mary on the outside coming as well. It's Trelawney, but it's St. Andrew who has the advantage, and it's St. Andrew who will come through to win it. St. Mary, St. Catherine at the line. 102.68, the flash time there for St. Andrew to win it. They're automatically into the final. 6 will be taken to the final via times. St. Andrew, though, won't have to worry about time as they won their heat. 102.68 into the final. And second, St. Mary, 103.92. And third, St. Catherine, 103.96. So first blood on day number 2 goes to St. Andrew. So rep your parishes, as he says in the chat, just rep your parish. Your commentator Dave Nugent will make sure to shout you out and make sure the moment is recorded in history. And remember to like, share and subscribe. Somebody says that's J.T.A Automotives says big up Tamoya Wilson from Team St. Mary. Somebody says that's Princess Kelsey says St. Catherine, run, run, don't slow down. It's almost as if she could hear the athletes, and the athletes could hear her. And Miss Favor Ann says St. Thomas, big up St. Thomas. And this is Sweet Lips saying, watching from Long Island, New York. New York, New York, big up my nephew Tadrick Brown running for Trelawney. And Aaliyah says Clarendon all the way, big up Raheem McKenzie from Portland, big up Garrick Smith from Maypen, Clarendon. Let's go, my brother. So that was the brother of Garrick Smith representing for Clarendon. Princess Kesley says St. Catherine all the way. Yes, folks, as Favorite says, like up the stream, like, share and subscribe. Let us push this algorithm to the top of the pile. We only have 37 likes. We can't work with that. Only 37 likes. We have to make sure we get more than that. We have to make sure we get more folks watching so that the folks at J.T.A can see that this stream is worthwhile, because we have thousands of folks watching, hundreds of likes. So like, share, subscribe, tell a neighbor, tell a friend. It's the parish championships, parish versus parish. Don't want to miss it. Of course, test cricket going on, as well as that's on the men's side, as well as T20 cricket on the women's side. West Indies playing football on later, track and field on. So lots of sports happening. But let's get to heat number 2 for the girls under 9 4x100 meters. We have Westmoreland in 8, Kingston in 7, Clarendon in 6, St. Elizabeth 5, St. Anne 4, St. James 3, and Portland in lane number 2. So the gun sends them off and running, and responding well to the gun is St. Anne. On the outside, Westmoreland going well as well. It's Westmoreland on the outside who look to have the lead. Westmoreland, slow change there for them, but they get away. St. Anne falls, but it's Westmoreland being chased by teams on their inside, including St. Elizabeth. Westmoreland get the exchange off. On the inside, going well as well, it's Portland. Portland in lane number 2, look to be blazing. It's Portland on the inside who has the advantage. Portland away. The folks from Portland are cockahoots. They know that the under 9 girls are going to do it for Portland. Portland, Kingston moves into second. Portland wins it.
It is the fastest in qualifying. 174 from England. Kingston 103.88 to go into the final. Westland 104.54. They too are into the final.
So Portland 101.74, they will make the final. So too Kingston 103.88, Westmoreland 104.54 will make the final. So the top three there make the final. And then 5 from the first heat, that's St. Andrew 102.68, St. Mary 103.92, St. Catherine 103.96, Trelawney 104.36, and St. Thomas 105.27. All those teams will make the final of the under 9 girls 4x100.
If you haven't done so already, and you will see the meet, and you can have access to all the results from day number 1, and yes, everything that is taking place so far today, and results are live, including what is happening in the field events. So if you want to know what's happening in the field events, ensure you check out the Western Athletics app. As usual, the World Class Athletics team did a fabulous job, and yes, appropriately named World Class Athletics because they're doing a world class job as they continue to do it. Don't meet that engagement throughout the length and breadth of the land of wood and water. 4x100 women girls all the way. The next event on track will be the 4x100 for the U9 boys. In the meantime, in between time, shall we get some music?
So the girls under 9 4x100 meters is done and dusted. Next up will be the boys under 9 4x100 meters.
The wall onto the track. If you do so, you'll be ushered out of the stadium. Alright? So reminding all the parents and supporters that are here today, you have to remain in the stand and celebrate as much as you can. If you, by any means, get excited, overly excited, and scale the wall onto the track, you're going to be in trouble. So I would say to you, stay within the stand and celebrate.
So, in case you're wondering, the West Indies 332 for 5. So they now lead by 24. And in the match, West Indies women versus Ireland women, the West Indies, they made 128 for 7. The Irish, they are 26 for 1. So they require a further 103 from 95 deliveries. So cricket, lovely cricket happening as track and field happens here at the National Stadium. I think that's the girls' long jump open lining up just now. So that event not starting.
So far the leads for the girls 4x100 and also the boys 4x100. So we have some key events that are lining up. Announcers will take a few goals, then we move back to the track for the upcoming activities.
So the boys on the 9 4x100 meters is up next. As we see the youngsters making their way out. The youngster being told, ensure you hand over the baton first. I understand that some folks are experiencing some sinking issues. So I'm checking on the feed to make sure that that issue is resolved. As we see the official walking across now. So I'm not sure what is going on, but based on what I'm seeing, I think that is resolved. So someone says, let's go Nikhil Parchment, that is cheering for you. That's Willie Parchment. So let's go to the first of the heats, the first heat for the boys on the 9 4x100 meters. We have in lane, well, it's 4 there, that should have been St. Anne, so they're out. So St. Andrew 8, St. Thomas 7, Manchester 6, St. Mary 5, in 3, Hanover, St. James in 2, as the gun sends them off and running on the outside, getting out to a good start. It looks like St. Andrew and St. Thomas. The first exchanges are made, and it's St. Andrew on the outside who has the advantage. Here comes the team. St. Mary, they're having a strong rally here, but on the outside, St. Andrew might just have the advantage. St. Thomas is coming as well. There's a flag there, but it's St. Andrew who leads. St. Thomas in 7, in lane number 7 is St. Thomas who comes forward. St. Thomas comes forward now and they lead St. Andrew. St. Thomas ahead of St. Andrew. It's St. Thomas who has the advantage. Here comes St. Andrew. St. Andrew blows by St. Thomas. Look at this anchor leg from St. Andrew. Oh my word. On the inside, St. James comes into 3rd, but it's all about St. Andrew on anchor. 1 minute 00.26 is the flash time for St. Andrew, and that was a special run on anchor there for St. Andrew. They're under 9 boys, but they are serious about track and field. Oh yes, indeedy. Someone says the baby running up. And yes, he did. Yes, he did. Under 9 boys. And an anchor for St. Andrew. The man, I have to remember these are the babies. The youngster showing great speed on anchor. Already. We are seeing what the future of Jamaica's track and field looks like. Somebody says, big up Johnny Ricketts from Clarendon. Again, please subscribe to Track Alerts TV. Like this stream and share it with your friends. Share it with your neighbor. Share it with your enemy. Doesn't matter. Share it and support us. Help us to continue to serve you. So let's go to heat number 2. This is heat number 2 now for the under 9 boys. 4x100 meters. Time for St. Andrew confirmed 1 minute 00.25. St. Thomas second, 1 minute 01.16. Third was St. James, 1 minute 01.99. Manchester fourth, 1 minute 03.05. Let's give you the lineup now for heat number 2. So St. Anne is now here and they're going to be representing from lane number 1. So we have Westmoreland in 8, Trelawney in 7, St. Catherine in 6, Portland in 5, St. Elizabeth in 4, Kingston in 3, Clarendon in lane number 2, and St. Anne now joining the party in lane number 1. And the aunt of Rec 1 from Portland saying shout outs to her nephew. And another big up coming for Chadwayne Shaw of Westmoreland. Again, show support for our kids by liking, sharing, subscribing. Tell a neighbor, tell a friend about this coverage. It's your opportunity to support the youngsters from right across Jamaica. Yeah, I saw the flag. So we saw the flag, so I'm not sure what the decision will be, but as we said, these are the babies. So I would, if it were me, I'm not in charge or responsible for any decisions, but I would be a little bit lenient on the babies. They're still learning, and so we'll wait to see what comes of those flags that went up. And St. Anne, they've joined the party in heat number 2. They should have been in heat number 1 in lane 4. For some reason, they weren't there, so they've been added to heat number 2 in lane number 1.
So once again from the inside, St. Anne, Clarendon, Kingston, St. Elizabeth, Portland, St. Catherine,
so it's going to be interesting to see how this turns out. Again, only the winner assured a spot in the final, and then we'll take 6 via times. So again, from 8 to 1, it's Westmoreland, Trelawney, St. Catherine, Portland, St. Elizabeth, Kingston, Clarendon, and St. Anne. Gun sends him off and running. Kingston responded well to the gun. Also going well, it's St. Elizabeth. The first exchanges are about to be made. St. Anne is in it as well. As I said, Catherine team in 6 makes a fantastic change. Look at this backstretch from St. Catherine. Look at them go. The team in red, St. Catherine, about to make the exchange now. On the inside, it's St. Anne. It's St. Catherine. Oh no, there's another fall for St. Anne. What is going on for them? But on the outside, it's St. Catherine who's moving smoothly. The final exchange is made now. St. Catherine, they're being chased, St. Catherine, by Portland on the inside. Here comes Portland. Can St. Catherine hold on to the victory? It's St. Catherine. Portland on the inside, is it? And it's going to be St. Catherine who takes it. 53.72 is the flash time on the clock. Let's see, the clock stopped early, but St. Catherine assured of a spot in the final. St. Catherine. So at this point we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back for the under 11 girls.
Come see the future of Jamaica's track and field shine. Friday, June 26 and Saturday, June 27, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the National Stadium. Adults $500, students in uniform or school gear $300. Come cheer on your parish and meet our patron, world under 2200 meters silver medalist Shanoya Douglas. The J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, June 26 and 27. Don't miss it.
And we have the 8 teams who have made it to the final of the under 9 boys 4x100. It's St. Andrew, St. Catherine, Portland, St. Thomas, St. James, St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, and Trelawney. There is some noise or some protest in the crowd from the folks from St. Anne, who think that the race should be rerun. I'm not entirely sure why, but we did see St. Anne going down after the second exchange. So let's give you the lineup for the under 11 girls. We have Hanover in 8, St. Catherine in 7, Trelawney in 6, Westmoreland in 5, Kingston in 4, St. Mary in 3, and St. Thomas in 2. St. Thomas will be represented by Kadisha Watson, Raquelia McNally, Adriana Bogle. I'm seeing quite a few names, so I'm not sure who's going to be in that lineup for them. Kingston will have Zamoya Findletter, Janoya Jeffrey, Danelia Donaldson, Tara Brown. Again, more than 4 names, so not sure who the lineup will be. Looking at the St. Catherine team, they have Amelia Duncan, Michaela Jess, Natalia Horton, Zara K. James, Akara Burrell, that's Hanover have Misha Gay Laws, Nikela Jones, Sonora Sweeney, Shamira Walker, Haley Lemond, and Naomi Wright. Again, not sure who the 4 who will represent for them, but it's getting interesting. Let's read a few more of the comments. St. Anne was making up grounds before the collision. That should not have happened. I'll have to watch the tape. I'm sure there was some kind of incident there when St. Anne went down. Oh, so someone went across the track, I think somebody's saying to me now. Because somebody's saying now that in training their teachers need to tell them that running across the track after exchange is bad for other athletes and for their teammates. Indeed. So I'm not sure if somebody cut across the track and cut into lane 1 ahead of St. Anne and that caused them to fall. Yeah, somebody's saying it as well. St. Anne need to be in the finals because someone ran across the track causing the athlete to fall. That's what they're saying in the chat. Again, I'll have to rewatch the tape to confirm that, but that's what somebody is saying, so we'll have to look over that. But a reminder, we have over 1,500 athletes here, so please like, share, and subscribe. 1 like for each athlete, please. We want 1,500 likes at the end of this broadcast. 1,500 likes. We're at 109. We need more than that. We want 1 like for each athlete. Each athlete must have a brother, sister, father, auntie, uncle, somebody who can come on track alerts and give them a 1 like. Yeah, so Kerry Ann Brown confirming that somebody did cut in on St. Anne and cause them to fall. So I'll rewatch to confirm, but I saw something like that when the athlete from St. Anne went down, and if that was what happened, it would be very, very unfortunate, and not sure how they would address that. But let's get back to the race for the under 11 girls. As they're asked to stand, I'll remind you of the teams: Hanover 8, St. Catherine 7, Trelawney 6, Westmoreland 5, Kingston 4, St. Mary in 3, and St. Thomas in lane number 2. As we get ready to go again, a reminder, only the winner automatically into the final, and we take 6 via times. As a gun sends them away and running. Let's see who makes the first move. On the outside, that looks to be St. Catherine in red. St. Catherine in red. Oh, what a smooth exchange there for St. Catherine. And they start to storm the backstretch. It's St. Catherine now with the advantage. Kingston on the inside is trying to make a move as the exchanges are made now. St. Catherine on the outside continues to hold the advantage on the inside, coming through in blue. That is St. Thomas. On the outside, St. Catherine in red continues to hold the ascendancy. It's St. Catherine versus St. Thomas. St. Thomas and St. Catherine. Those are the two battling it out for the honors here. St. Catherine ahead of St. Thomas. St. Catherine will come to the line to win it. St. Catherine, St. Thomas. So 57:01 is the flash time for St. Catherine.
57:04.
Confirmed 57:04 for St. Catherine. St. Thomas second, 57:96. And that's going to be a pretty nippy time. Kingston third, 58.40. Let's wait on the other times, but I think the top three there should be good enough to make the final as we get ready for the second heat. Well, they've changed it now, so St. Mary actually given third at 58.40. Trelawney in fourth, 58.44. And well, they changed it again, so they keep on changing it, so let's wait. Let's wait. I'll wait on the adjustments to settle down. I know the top two is St. Catherine and St. Thomas, but now I think it's settled. We have Westmoreland in third in 58.40, and over fourth 58.44. Trelawney fifth. Change it again now. They've given St. Mary fifth, 59.07. Trelawney sixth. Well, tell you what, I'm not going to read anymore because it keeps on changing. I know the top three are four teams, so leave it at that. As now they've given Kingston fifth at 58.49. So that was a lot of changes happening just now. It's kind of odd for the Roster Athletics app. They usually get it bang on the money, right on the go. So it's settled in now. Kingston accredited with 58.49, St. Mary 6th, 59.07, Trelawney 7th, 1 minute 00.23. And let's go now to heat number 2 of the girls under 11 4x100 meters. We have Manchester in 8, St. Andrew in 7, St. James in 6, St. Anne in 5, Clarendon in 4, Portland in 3, St. Elizabeth in 2. So again, it's Manchester from the outside lane, lane 8. Manchester, St. Andrew, St. James, St. Anne, Clarendon, Portland, and St. Elizabeth. So we get ready to go for the second heat. Only the winner assured a spot in the final. The next 6 will be taken by time. So the gun sends them off and running now. Can we get a sub 58 clocking here on the outside going well? That looks to be Manchester. St. Andrew also going well. And it's Manchester in 8 who has the advantage. Look at Manchester go. St. Anne also going well. So too St. James. Let's see as the second exchanges are made. It is indeed Manchester who gets that exchange away first. There is a horrible exchange there. And some big up, but on the outside Manchester continues to go. St. Elizabeth on the inside as well. Also look to Portland in 3. Portland in 3 has the advantage. It's Portland. Listen to the cheers from Portland as St. Andrew comes through. It's St. Andrew, Portland, St. Andrew. St. Andrew takes it. 56.11 is the flash time for St. Andrew. Portland run down. So 56.11 for St. Andrew to take it. That's the fastest time in qualifying. Portland in second, 56.29 will be in the final. Manchester 56.91 will be there as well. St. Elizabeth 57.03 also there. We'll get confirmation on all 8 teams in just a second as we go for a break? So we'll go for a quick commercial break and be back in a minute or two.
J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Come see the future of Jamaica's track and field shine. Friday, June 26 and Saturday, June 27, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the National Stadium. Adults $500. Students in uniform or school gear $300. Come cheer on your parish and meet our patron, world under 2200 meters silver medalist Shanoya Douglas. The J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, June 26 and 27. Don't miss it.
Hi, my name is Latoya. I'm Zuri's mom and I live to make her dreams possible. Zuri's proudest achievement in gymnastics has to be the competition that she won in Panama. It was her very first competition and she dominated and was able to bring home the gold. Shortly after returning from Panama, her knee slipped out at school, and after the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons said she had to do surgery. So the cost of the surgery and the hospital was over $2 million.
Welcome back, folks. Welcome back to the National Stadium, the Mecca, the Medina of Jamaica's track and field. Let's do some housekeeping. So confirm, first of all, the 8 teams into the final for the under 11 girls 4x100 meters.
The 11 boys are 4x100 coming up. Let me give you the lineup. St. Anne should be in lane number 7. Lane 6 should have Westland.
So we're getting ready for the next event. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty here, so my apologies. Let me just sort those out in just a quick minute and give you the 8. Give you the 8 as well as the teams that will be in the final for the girls under 11 4x100 meters. We'll have that information in just a second. As I said, I'm just having some technical difficulties and I'll sort that out in just a second. Once I sort it out, I'll give you the lineups. So it's just going to take me about 30 seconds or so to get that sorted out, and we'll have that information available for you. I think the teams are not correctly lined up, so they're trying to sort that out right now, and thankfully my technical difficulty is happening while they are sorting that out. So I continue to try to sort my end out so I can give you what's happening on track. I'll get that sorted out in just a second. So sorry about that, folks. That's technical difficulty and short intermission because of the technical difficulty. But let's go ahead and give you the lineups. First of all, the under 11 girls, the 8 teams. Let's give you those 8 teams first of all. So the under 11 girls, it's St. Andrew, Portland, Manchester, St. Elizabeth, St. Catherine, St. Thomas, Westmoreland, Hanover. That's the 8. Let's go to heat 1. Heat 1 of the boys 4x100 meters under 11. That's the under 11 boys 4x100. St. Anne in 7, Westmoreland in 6, St. Thomas in 5, St. James in 4, Clarendon in 3, Hanover 2, and St. Elizabeth in 1. As the gun sends them off and running, it's Clarendon who gets out to a good start. Also going well is Westmoreland in 6. Westmoreland is going well. The first exchanges are made. Westmoreland is still stepping. St. James tries to make a move down the backstretch, but it's St. Thomas in 5 who's also making a move. St. Thomas in blue might just be leading. St. James in 4 steps by them now. It's St. James. It's the East versus the West, and it's the West that is winning right now. It's St. James ahead of St. Thomas. Look at this anchor leg from St. James. St. James is pulling away from St. Thomas. It's the best in the West. St. James who will take the first heat, and he points to the crowd. 54.32 is the flash time for St. James to take that heat. It's the best in the West. St. James, 54.35, who takes it, and they are automatically into the final. St. Thomas second, 55.36. St. Anne in third, 56.05. Westmoreland fourth, 56.64. So we continue.
55.36 for St. Thomas. 56.05 for St. Anne.
We continue until we get to the end of these relays. We're getting pretty close, as it's lunch at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium, and the West Indies, they go to lunch at 356 for 5. They haven't lost a wicket in the morning session, and it's Amir Jangu on 123 not out, Ruston Chase on 74 not out. So West Indies continue to press home their advantage over the Sri Lankans. The West Indies, they now lead by 48. So cricket, lovely cricket happening. I remember the year St. Thomas won, it was mostly the kids from License who ran. Yes, indeed, the License is the epicenter of track and field in St. Thomas, and the good news is that a large part of the licensed team is here competing for St. Thomas. So they have a good chance of doing well, as I said at the start of the meet. So I'm looking forward to seeing how everything shapes up at the end of the day. And in terms of the West Indies women, though, they're not shaping up too good. The Irish team, they're 80 for 1. And this is not good. The West Indies are in real trouble of not making the semi-final of the Women's Cricket World Cup, losing to an Irish team that has lost to everyone. So let's get back to the track and field. Let's get back to the track and field. So we're going to go to heat 2 of the under 11 boys, 4x100 meters. It's Kingston 7, Portland. It's Kingston 7, Portland in 6, St. Mary 5, St. Catherine 4, Manchester 3, St. Andrew 2, and Trelawney in 1. I know the starters are anxious to get the races on the way. We're just about half hour behind, and we ended just about half hour late yesterday, and I know they want to get home to to watch some football, so they're anxious to get things on the way here. So again, it's Kingston, Portland, St. Mary, St. Catherine, Manchester, St. Andrew and Trelawney. As the gun sends them off and running, Manchester gets out to a good start. It's the under 11 boys 4x100 meters. Manchester might just have the advantage. Here comes St. Catherine though on the outside going well. It's Kingston. It's Kingston and St. Catherine who are battling over the second leg. The second exchange is made now, and it's Kingston and St. Catherine outside of St. Catherine moving well. It's that team St. Mary. It's Portland also going well as they come to the final exchange. It is St. Andrew who has the advantage on the inside. It's St. Andrew on the inside who's running away with it. St. Andrew is going to come away to win this one. St. Andrew takes it. I'm not too sure about the time there, but St. Andrew takes number 2. So the times are coming up. I'm not too trusting of the times, but St. Andrew winning, Manchester second, Portland third. The times are not correct. I can tell you that. Did not take them 1 minute 21 to complete those 4x100s. So we'll have to wait on the times to be corrected to tell you the 8 into the championship race as the West Indian women continue to struggle against the Irish. The Irish at the bottom of the table, West Indies second in the table, but West Indies are struggling mightily now against the Irish women. They'll have to defend 42 runs, 41 runs now, and 43 deliveries to come. And batting for the Irish is Hunt, Amy Hunt, the wicket keeper, as well as Orla Prendergast. So we finally have the updates now. So let's see if we can get the results now for section 2, U11. Yes, we do. 54.34 for St. Andrew. Manchester 55.13 in second. They qualify. Portland third, 55.18. Sorry. So Manchester second, 55.13. Portland third, 55.18. Kingston fourth, 55.67. Trelawney fifth, 56.48. So 5 advanced there, likes of St. Mary and St. Catherine not advancing. So now it's the under 13 girls 4x100 meters.
Lane number 3, Manchester. In lane number 2, Westmoreland. Ready. Box 2.
So St. James 8, St. Andrew 7, Portland 6, St. Anne 5, Trelawney 4, Manchester 3, and Westmoreland in 2. I'm only seeing 4 teams out there though. Well, on the first leg, I'm only seeing 4 teams. So I'm wondering if the other teams will come out. Here they come now. So in lane 6 goes Portland, lane 2 Westmoreland, and 3 Manchester.
Box 2, are you ready? Box number 2, are you ready?
So we're ready to go now for the first heat of the under 13 girls 4x100 meters. St. James, St. Andrew, Portland, St. Anne, Trelawney, Manchester and Westmoreland. As the gun sends them off and running, it's St. James on the outside who gets off to a good start. St. James being chased by St. Andrew. The first exchange is smooth for St. James, not so for St. Andrew. Portland moves into second behind St. James now. St. James large and in charge as they come to make the second exchange. It's St. James and then Portland. It's St. James. The West is doing well at the relays. It's St. James who has the advantage. St. Andrew is coming back at them now. So too Portland as the exchanges are made. It's St. James, St. Andrew on the inside. That's Trelawney. But here comes Portland. Look at Portland. 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 Portland on anchor. Does it. 52.41. So 52.41 the flash time, 52.44 confirmed there for Portland. St. James second, 52.55. Trelawney third, 53.02. St. Andrew fourth, 53.26. Let's see what you folks are saying about that anchor leg from Portland.
So we know that Portland, they are safe to the championship race.
So again, we want to get the likes to 1,500. One like for each athlete here. We're at 192 likes. So please like, share and subscribe. We have almost 700 people watching and we have less than 200 likes. Can't be. Run up the likes. Run up the likes. So let's go to the lineup for heat number 2 of the under 13 girls 4x100 meters. Heat number 2 sees Clarendon in 8, Kingston in 7, I'm not seeing them just yet, St. Elizabeth in 6, St. Mary in 5, St. Catherine in 4, 3 St. Thomas, and in lane number 2 Hanover.
Box number 3, are you ready? Box 2, are you ready? Box number 1, are you ready? Coach Albert Trelawney, you're urgently needed at the call room. Coach Albert Trelawney, you're urgently needed at the call room. Coach of Trelawney, urgently needed at the call room.
So the athletes getting ready. It is hot at the National Stadium.
They have on either spikes or socks, as the track surface is very hot, as we want to ensure that all the athletes are protected here. So now for heat number 2, The 13 girls for right now.
So we're ready now for heat 2. Gun sends them off and running here in heat number 2. And St. Catherine in 4. It's a good start also on the outside. Kingston. It's Kingston and St. Catherine. Clarendon as well. The first exchanges are made. St. Catherine might have the advantage. Kingston going well. On the inside, it's also St. Thomas going well. St. Thomas might just have the advantage based on the stagger here. It's St. Thomas who is cruising around the bend. St. Thomas ahead of St. Catherine. Here's the exchange now. And it's St. Thomas ahead of St. Catherine. St. Thomas is away. St. Catherine in second. Is there going to be a rundown? Looks like St. Elizabeth in third. Look at St. Catherine! St. Catherine! Look at this anchor! St. Catherine! Oh my word! What an anchor! I'm pretty sure for St. Catherine, that was Chanel Brooks. Remember that name. An anchor there for St. Catherine. 51.51. What a rundown there for St. Catherine. Talk about an anchor. It reminds me of Sharika Williams a few years ago for Veer Technical, running down the anchor for Flying Angels right inside the National Stadium. Moments and memories of that. Want to remind you of that name, Chanel Brooks. She's a superstar from Greater Portmore. What a run from Brooks on anchor. Woo! My word. Chanel Brooks of Greater Portmore Primary, now representing St. Catherine on anchor. My word, I'm still stunned. So let's see if we can give you the 8 into the final for the under 13 girls. So the 8. So 8. We have St. Catherine, St. Thomas, Portland, St. James, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, St. Andrew, and St. Anne. Let's move now to the under 13 boys. So the under 13 boys will start with lane 8, St. Mary in 8, Portland 7, Trelawney in 6, St. Anne in 5, Manchester 4, St. Catherine 3, and St. Elizabeth in lane number 2. This is a super team for St. Catherine. They have the likes of Parchment, Gale, Williams, Grant. Oh my word. They really shouldn't lose this one. St. Catherine in 3. They have the best from St. Catherine, the best from Spanish Town, the best from St. John's. Parchment, Gale, Williams, Grant. That's a super team. Once the exchanges are made clean, I'm looking at the record, wondering if the record is right. 49.21, if they get those exchanges right, St. Catherine could do something special here. So 733 of you watching at home. We're still asking you to like, share, and subscribe. We're over 200 likes, but we're well shy of our aim of 1,500 likes. So just like up the live, folks. Like, share, and subscribe, but particularly like. Want a like for each and every athlete competing here at the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. 1,500 of them. We want 1,500 likes. Again, it's St. Mary in 8, Portland 7, no, Manchester in 4 there, DNS, Trelawney 6, St. Anne 5, St. Catherine 3, St. Elizabeth in 2. As the gun sends them away, it's St. Catherine in 3 who have made the first move. It's St. Catherine in 3. They get the baton away. It's St. Catherine on the outside going well as well. It's St. Mary, but it's St. Catherine based on the stagger who might have the advantage here. St. Catherine is stepping. They make the second exchange first. Oh, so smooth there for St. Catherine around the bend. It's St. Catherine. The record 49.21. Here comes St. Catherine on anchor now. St. Catherine well away from everyone else. It's St. Catherine. Look at the clock. Look at the clock. St. Catherine versus the clock. 49.21 will be destroyed by St. Catherine. Oh my word. St. Catherine 47.96. That is a big run. Big run from St. Catherine. The record has been destroyed. It has been smashed. It is no more. St. Catherine. Oh my bird. Oh my bird. Oh my word. The record has been smashed to smithereens. The record, the old record, 49.21. The new record, 47.97. We have a new record. St. Catherine, Parchment, Gale, Williams, Kaif, Grant and Anchor for St. Catherine. St. Catherine. St. Catherine. And it was not just about the speed. The baton exchanges. Did you see how smooth they were? Did you see how smooth, silky smooth those passes were? St. Catherine, they are cooking on gas. Let me take a breath, and get back to heat number 2 of the under 13 boys 4x100 meters. We have Kingston in 8, Westmoreland in 7, St. Thomas 6, St. Andrew 5, Hanover in 4, St. James in 3, Clarendon in 2. Just a moment for me to take a breath and recover from that record run. I'm tongue twisted, tongue tied. Oh my word. Oh my word. Somebody says, David, save the voice. We want you loud and clear all day. Okay, my dear. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. So let's calm down. Let's take a breath and get ready again. It's Kingston, Westmoreland, St. Thomas, St. Andrew, Hanover, St. James, and Clarendon. Well, Manchester were a DNS in the previous heat, and I think they're trying to get Manchester now in one. As the West Indian ladies are looking to fight back against Ireland, the Irish team now 108 for 3. The third wicket just going down. They need 21 runs from 28 deliveries, the Irish. West Indians fighting back through Haley Matthews. Matthews just getting the third wicket. And the West Indian women are in deep, deep trouble still. But they're fighting back.
Are you ready?
So the Irish women, after a good start,
Are you ready?
now have a job to do. So Manchester, have they been added to lane 1? Clarendon should be in 2 and Manchester in 1, but they're off the track, both Clarendon and Manchester. So I'm wondering what's going on because both teams are off the track. Clarendon and Manchester. Manchester added into lane 1, but again they're off the track. And Clarendon, who should have been in 2, they're also off the track. Well, they come on the track now. So it's Manchester in 1, Clarendon 2, St. James 3, Hanover 4, St. Andrew 5, St. Thomas 6, Westmoreland 7, and Kingston in 8. As the gun sends them off and running, it's St. Andrew who responds best to the gun. It's St. Andrew now who is moving. Also going well, it's St. James. It's bad exchange there for St. Andrew, but they still have the advantage. St. James step forward in lane number 3. It's St. James in 3. St. Andrew still going well in 5 as they go around the bend. Westmoreland starts to make a move. Look at this bend for Westmoreland. That tall figure around the bend for Westmoreland puts them into lead. It's Westmoreland who's stepping on the inside Manchester, but it's all about Westmoreland. The West is the best in this heat. Westmoreland takes it 49.98 for Westmoreland. Westmoreland in lane number 7 takes heat number 2 of the under 13 boys 4x100 meters. The time confirmed for them 49.98. Manchester second 51.59. St. James third 51.83.
St. Thomas finished 4th, 51.85.
Fourth was St. Thomas at 51.85. They qualify. So it's a 4 from the first heat and a 4 from the second heat. So St. Catherine, St. Mary, St. Anne, Trelawney, and then we have Westmoreland, Manchester, St. James, and St. Thomas. So 4 more relays to come. 4 more relays. So the under 15 girls 4x100 meters is up next. Heat number 1 is already on track. We have St. Andrew in 8, St. Catherine 7, St. Elizabeth 6, St. James 5, St. Anne 4, Kingston in 3, and Portland in lane number 2.
St. James, lane number 4, St. Anne, lane 3, Kingston, and lane 2, Portland. Box number 1, are you ready? That is the box 1. How about you, box 2?
So, let's remind you that Sagicor Future Smart Bundle. Give your child a smart start with the Sagicor Future Smart Bundle, combining savings, health coverage, and investment opportunities in one package. Starting bundle. Start bundling a brighter future today with rewards, protection, and the chance to make big dreams come true. Sagicor, wise financial thinking for life. Alliance Money Transfer, MoneyGram and RIA. Need funds from loved ones abroad? With Alliance Money Transfer, receive your MoneyGram or RIA transfer quickly and conveniently at locations across Jamaica. A little something for your little one, making it easier to support school expenses and everyday needs when it matters most. So let's go as heat number 1. The girls under 15 4x100 meters is off. Portland in lane number 2 gets out to a good start. It's Portland in lane number 2 who's moving well. Also going well is St. Catherine. St. Catherine and Portland It's the team on the inside and the team on the outside who are going well. St. Andrew on the outside also going well, but it might just be Portland on the inside who has the advantage. It's Portland, St. Catherine, St. Andrew as they come to the final exchange. It's Portland with the lead, St. Catherine and St. Andrew. Portland has the lead. Is there going to be a change on anchor? Portland is holding strong. Portland has the advantage. Portland will come through to win it. 52.86 is a flash time for Portland. Looks like St. Catherine might have snuck in for second and St. Andrew third. So Portland 52.89. St. Catherine 53.51. We await third. Third, St. Andrew, 53.52. So again, Alliance Money Transfer, MoneyGram and RIA need funds from loved ones abroad. With Alliance Money Transfer, receive your MoneyGram or RIA transfer quickly and conveniently at locations across Jamaica. A little something for your little ones, making it easier to support school expenses and everyday needs when it matters most. Alliance Financial Services, a member of the Sagicor Group Jamaica. So again, Sagicor Future Smart Bundles. Give your child a smart start with the Sagicor Future Smart Bundle, combining savings, health coverage and investment opportunities in one package. Start building a brighter future today with rewards, protection and the chance to make big dreams come true. Sagicor, wise financial thinking for life. Let's go now to heat number 2 for the under 15 girls 4x100 meters. We have in lane 8 Hanover, lane 7 St. Mary, lane number 6 St. Thomas, lane 5 Clarendon, lane 4 Manchester, lane 3 Westmoreland, and in lane number 2 Trelawney.
Box number 1. Not ready as a box 3 is ready. Box 2 ready. Box 1 is ready. Over to you, Mr. Starter.
So lane number 5 looks to be missing. That should have been Clarendon. So I'm not sure what's happening with Clarendon in 5. Because this is heat number 2. So if they're not running in this one, they won't have a chance. But the gun sends them off and running now. And it's Westmoreland who gets out to a good start. On the outside going well as well. It's St. Mary. St. Mary has the advantage here. St. Mary going well. Also going well is Westmoreland. Westmoreland is stepping on the second leg. The second exchange made now, and it's Westmoreland who has the advantage going around the bend. It's Westmoreland who is going best of them all. Westmoreland looks to be going away with this one on a canter. It's Westmoreland who makes the final exchange first, and their outside Manchester is second. It's Westmoreland. Manchester is storming on the inside, Trelawney as well, but Westmoreland should hold strong. It's going to be Westmoreland who takes it. Might be Manchester in second and Trelawney third. The clock stops at 55.71. So the time confirmed for Westmoreland, 55.76. Manchester second, 56.36. Trelawney third, 56.39. Hanover fourth, 58.29. Not good enough to see them into the final.
Just want to remind the coordinators that during the course of today we're going to be having medal presentation in between the events on the track. So kindly ensure that those events that have gone through from yesterday, that were finals, they will be those presentations momentarily. So as soon as we're ready, we will let you know.
The 8 teams: Portland, St. Catherine, St. Andrew, Westmoreland, Manchester, Trelawney, Kingston, and St. Anne. Those are the 8. So 2 more relays to come, and then we'll go into the finals. We'll start with the girls open 800 meters.
For the finalists of the girls and boys 700 meters open, to report to the court room now.
And then we'll have the open 1200 meters for boys.
The fastest Portland 52.89, St. Catherine 53.51, St. Andrew 53.52, Westmoreland 55.76, Manchester 56.26, Toronto 56.49.
So we'll go to a quick break and be back with you in a second.
Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157.
So welcome back to the National Stadium. And the news is that the West Indies women have lost to the Irish. So the Irish bowling the West Indies women out for, well, shock. West Indies women making 128 for 7. The Irish women 129 for 4. So they win by 6 wickets. So a loss there for the West Indies women. Not sure what that means in terms of their progress to the semi-finals, but it's not good news in terms of the cricket on the test side of things. West Indies men versus Sri Lanka. The score at lunch, 56 for 5. They haven't resumed since lunch. Amir Jango, 123 not out. Roston Chase, 74 not out. Captain Roston Chase, 74 not out. Let's see what's happening in the chat. Let's go back to the chat. We're up to 777. So we're getting right near 800 in terms of those who are viewing. But we only have 300 likes. Remember, folks, like, share, and subscribe. We want a like for each child. There are 1,500 children competing today. We want 1,500 likes. So go ahead and like, share, and subscribe. Let's see what the folks in the chat are saying. Let's see what the folks in the chat are saying. So somebody says one Teresa Josephs on the app, and Teresa Josephs will be competing shortly in the 1200 meters. So let's go with the penultimate relay heat on the day. It's a penultimate heat on the track as well. So we'll go to the lineup. We have St. Catherine in 8, St. Thomas 7, St. Mary 6, St. Elizabeth 5, St. Anne 4, Portland in 3, and St. Andrew in lane number 2. And this one should have a pretty decent team. It should have pretty decent teams. The record here, 46.77.
Once again, in 8 St. Catherine, 7 St. Thomas, in 6 St. Mary, 5 St. Elizabeth, 4 St. Anne, in 3 Portland, and 2 St. Andrew. Box 2 is ready. Box number 2 ready. Over to you, Mr. Starter.
So we're ready to go now for this first heat under 15 boys 4x100 meters. And there's a break at the start. The starter had to fire off recall gun on rapid there. Bang, 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 before the athletes stop. Something that we have to get the youngsters acclimatized to in terms of the start, stopping when you hear the second gun, not moving until you hear the gun. Don't anticipate to the gun, react to the gun. As they react to this gun now and sent away for heat number 1 of the under 15 boys 4x100. St. Andrew on the inside gets a good start. So too St. Catherine on the outside. The first exchanges are made. It's St. Catherine and St. Andrew as they go down the backstretch. On the inside, it also looks to be St. Anne in 4 who's going well. The second exchange made now. And it's St. Anne also going well. St. Thomas, St. Anne, St. Andrew is for the hard way as they come to the final exchange now. All across the track, St. Catherine, St. Thomas, St. Anne, St. Andrew. It's St. Andrew who takes command now. St. Andrew is digging in and flying away. St. Andrew wins it over St. Anne and St. Catherine. The flash time, 50.34. So St. Andrew takes that one, 50.35, the flash time, and we run to a quick break. Do we? Or we wait until, we'll wait until the second heat is completed. Second in that heat, 50.67 St. Anne, St. Catherine third, 50.91. A reminder, Sagicor Smart Bundle. Give your child a smart start with the Sagicor Smart Bundle, combining savings, health coverage and investment opportunities in one package. Start bundling for a brighter future today with rewards, protection and the chance of making big dreams come true. Sagicor, wise financial thinking for life. Also remember, Alliance Money Transfer, that's MoneyGram and Ria. Need money from loved ones abroad? With Alliance Money Transfer, receive your MoneyGram or Ria transfer quickly and conveniently at locations across Jamaica. A little something for your little ones, making it easier to support school expenses and everyday needs when it matters most. Alliance Financial Services, a member of the Sagicor Group. Let's get back to the track and field. We'll go to heat number 2. Heat number 2 sees Westmoreland in lane number 2, Kingston in lane 3, Manchester in 4, Hanover in 5, Trelawney in 6, Clarendon in 7, and St. James in lane number 8. Where that on you? Where that on you? Oh God, man. Me will big up Ariana Lewis every minute. So the gun sends them off and running. It's Westmoreland, Kingston, Manchester, Hanover, Trelawney, Clarendon and St. James. As the first exchanges are made now. Lane number 6, that's Trelawney with the advantage there. Also coming, it looks like Manchester in 4. The second exchanges are made now, and it's actually Hanover in 5 ahead of Trelawney. Let's see as they come around the bend. There's Hanover in lane number 5 with a huge advantage. Hanover in lane number 5 is going to take the second heat of the under 15 boys 4x100 meters. Hanover on a canter. Hanover will come through to take this one. Hanover from lane number 5 easily takes it. 51.33, the winning time. We'll get confirmation on the time in just a second, as I want to do a quick interview real quickly. So the time confirmed now for Hanover, 51.33. We'll hold off on the break, I want to do a quick. So we have the father of one of the stars of primary champs and supposing to be the stars of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, Ariana Lewis. Daddy Lewis, how you doing?
Fine, thank you. Good to be here.
What they call you on the road?
Repeat that?
What's your name? Your name on the road?
Anthony.
Anthony. So Anthony, I've watched Ariana at the primary championships. I've watched her here at the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championship. Is that natural speed or something that she train every day as just naturally fast?
Natural speed. Her daddy's a footballer, you know. So, you know, she got to inherit some form of speed or something from him. Because his daddy used to play ball, her daddy used to play ball. And up in age now, so you have to relax it.
So you're up in here, so you drop the football, but Ariana taking up the track and field?
Most definitely. And she's doing well, and I'm proud of her.
You have to be proud of her, man. Champion girl at the national in sports national championships. You have any idea where she's going after halfway through?
Well, there are two places in mind. We just have to wait until the final decision. We can't call it right now because we do.
You want to tell us the two? Or you want to keep that close to chest?
Just a secret for now.
But we're expecting to see her at high school next year.
Most definitely she'll be heading to high school.
So champs next year, March?
If she have the ability, if she have the class to participate in champs, then she will. But if she have to improve, then, you know, it's another year or so.
I see you here at these championships, at these meets. Not a lot of fathers are as involved as you are. How important to her is your presence and being here, supporting her, cheering her on, and shouting for her? How important is that for Ariana Lewis?
Well, it wasn't me at first, it was the mother. No, the mother is not here anymore, so I take up the mantle. Ariana is not one of those kids who really strive for parents' support like that. You know, she's her own person who build her status. She build her status like, yeah, she want to go places, so she work on her own. Whether we are there or not, she'll put in the work.
She put in work?
Yeah, she will.
So is track and field something that she's looking to do for future, or is it something she's doing for fun now?
Well, it seems for future because her dedication and commitment would suggest that, because in the mornings, she get up and she run from the gate to the back of the place, you know? So you'll see not many kids would do that. So she have a love for it, and she may continue it in the future.
And you guys are going to continue to support her?
Most definitely. It's a wash belly, you know, so, you know, we have to go the distance.
All right, Daddy Lewis, thank you for talking with us, and big up Ariana when you see her here. She know me, you know? She know me, and she know say me a big supporter of Ariana Lewis.
I know. I saw it all over the television, so I know you are.
All right, Daddy Lewis. That's Ariana Lewis's daddy. She is representing for St. Andrew. She was a champion girl in her class at the in sports primary championships. But tell you what, we'll go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, it will be time for the 1200 meters.
It begins here. The J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Come see the future of Jamaica's track and field shine. Friday, June 26 and Saturday, June 27, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the National Stadium. Adults $500. Students in uniform or school gear $300. Come cheer on your parish and meet our patron, world under 2200 meters silver medalist Shanolia Douglas. The J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, June 26 and 27. Don't miss it.
Hi, my name is Latoya. I'm Zuri's mom, and I live to make her dreams possible. Zuri's proudest achievement in gymnastics has to be the competition that she won in Panama. It was her very first competition, and she dominated and was able to bring home the gold. Shortly after returning from Panama, her knee slipped out at school, and after the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons said she had to do surgery. So the cost of this surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance and I had added supplemental health. So the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen.
My favorite.
Shortly after returning from Panama, after school, I picked her up one day and she told me that her knee slipped out at school. And when I felt her knee, it was very wobbly. And that's when I decided that something was not right. And I took her to see an orthopedic surgeon. And he said that there was something about her knee bone being very high. And he placed her in a knee brace. But then after the swelling went down, she became very timid. She did not want to take off the knee brace at all. It was very difficult to see my little girl moving from being energetic, excited about gymnastics and track, to this person that was so attached to the knee brace. But then her knee slipped out again, and this time it was swollen and she was in chronic pain to the point where I had to physically lift her to see him again. After the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons, both of her pediatricians said she had to do surgery. So the cost of this surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. And that does not include the physiotherapy that she'd have to do, the continuous check that she'd have to do after she did the surgery. So it was a pretty penny. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance and I had added supplemental health that gave me additional coverage. I heard about Sagicor Life supplemental health at work, and when I looked at the benefits, it was pretty affordable, so it was a no-brainer. I had to sign up. With supplemental health insurance, the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. Having full coverage for the surgery meant everything to me. It was already a stressful time because it means that she would have had to go on under anesthesia, and that for any parent was very scary. But that burden of cost was not on my shoulder, so it made things a little easier. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health not only help your child, but it can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen.
What I'm most looking forward to when my knee gets better is just being myself, having fun, doing gymnastics, getting to run up and down.
Thanks to Sagicor Life, she will be able to.
Reach.
Returned to the hospital room that we used for the breakfast this morning. Please return all the degrees now. Right now they are currently standing, and return them to the hospital room now so that they can make preparations for lunch for the athletes. Thank you. moving up to an contract. Will be the girls cover the league is open. This promises. Let's give you the athletes in the final. We'll start with J.T.A of Manchester, who comes into this final with a time of 4 minutes 27.16. Next we'll go to J.T.A Campbell of St. Anne, who comes into this final with a time of 4 minutes 11.42. We have to see Kennedy, who comes in with a time of 4 minutes 15.21. Zoe Jones of St. Elizabeth comes into this final with a time of 4 minutes 6.36. Tiat Max of Trelawney comes into this final with a time of 4 minutes 27.31. From St. Catherine, we have Tia Harriet, who comes into this final with a time of 4 minutes 23.09. J.T.A Marriott of Trelawney comes into this final with a time of 4 minutes 21.28. Lashantia Robinson of Guyana comes into this final with a time of 4 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, viewers across the land and breadth of Jamaica and those joining us around the world. My name is Winston Harrison. I'll be taking you through the final of the Girls Open 1200 meters. The qualifiers here: Zodi Roberts from St. Anne, Trevanique Breckenridge, Teresia Josephs, Dominique Williams, Lashantia Robinson, Crystaline Marrett, Atalia Harriot, Tiana Marks, Zuri Jones from St. Elizabeth, Christine Kennedy from Portland, Raquelia Campbell from St. Anne, and Shanae Colhoun from Manchester. So from here on out, all the track events will be final, so points are up for grabs, medals are up for grabs. As St. Catherine, they are on target to defend their title, but we know St. Andrew will have something to say about that. So following the girls' 1200 meters open final, we'll have the final for the boys. And then we'll have exciting action for the sprints.
Yes, one.
So they're off and running 3 laps of the National Stadium to determine the winner for the girls' 1200 meters open. Look out for Teresa Joseph from St. Catherine. She came in with the fastest time of 4:06.47. Trevanique Breckenridge will have something to say about this too, as she has a lot of quality. So the pair from St. Anne, they're leading this one. So Roberts and Campbell from St. Anne, the top 2 at the moment. So they enter the home straight for the first time. St. Anne, they continue to lead, but drawing closely is a pair from St. Catherine, that's Josephs and Harriot. So now Trelawney taking the ascendancy here. With 2 laps remaining, they go about 117 and change. So Trelawney, they lead ahead of St. Andrew and St. Catherine. So remember, Teresa Joseph, she came in with the fastest time of 4:06.47. So she's leading ahead of Breckenridge. This one will be exciting, and I fear it will come down to the line as Breckenridge now takes charge ahead of Joseph's. As they enter the home straight for the second time, Breckenridge moves away from Joseph's, and we'll see at the end of it all if it will be this way. So St. Andrew ahead of St. Catherine, St. Anne in third. Breckenridge made the decisive move with 600 to run, and she leads with 1 lap to go. So Breckenridge ahead of Joseph, St. Anne in third. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have a quality race here on our hands. Can Joseph mount a response? Breckenridge has a lot of quality. 300 to run for Trevanique Breckenridge from St. Andrew. Teresa Josephs, can she respond to Breckenridge as they go down the back straight for the final time? Less than 200 to run. Trevanique Breckenridge from St. Andrew. She is moving away from Joseph's, and she wants to win for St. Andrew. She opened her arms and she's pumping. It will take a lot to get back to Breckenridge. Into the home straight for the final time. Trevanique Breckenridge. She will not be caught. But here's a battle brewing for second. Breckenridge stepping away. She will win for St. Andrew. She got to the line 4:02.30. Portland coming through for second. And then Joseph will have to settle for third. And St. Anne comes through for fourth. Then St. Elizabeth. But the winner, Trevanique Breckenridge from St. Andrew. The time adjusted to 4:02.33. So massive points there for St. Andrew with Breckenridge. Dominique Williams from Portland finishes in second, 4:06.51. And in third, Teresa Joseph from St. Catherine, 4 minutes 10.68. That's how they conclude with the girls 1200 meters open. Those are the medalists. Once again, Trevanique Breckenridge from St. Andrew, 4:02.33 to secure massive points for St. Andrew. Second, Dominique Williams from Portland, 4:06.51. And third, Teresa Josephs from St. Catherine, 4 minutes 10.68 seconds.
So as we continue throughout the course of today, we want to say good afternoon to you if you're just joining us in the National Stadium. We are asking the coordinators to send to us those students.
So if you're just joining our coverage of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships for 2026, we have just had the final for the girls, 1200 meters open. The winner, Trevanique Breckenridge from St. Andrew, 4:02.33, the winning time for her. Dominique Williams from Portland, 4:06.51 for second. And Teresa Joseph from St. Catherine in third, 4 minutes 10.68. Remember, you can get all the live results from the Roster Athletics app on Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. And we thank the team from World Class Athletics for giving us live results. The next event on track will be the boys 1200 meters open, and that one will be exciting.
The next event on track is the boys open 1200 meters. We'll go through the lineup shortly.
So today is day number 2 of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, and we will crown our winners this year. Will St. Catherine repeat as winners, or will they be dethroned by the likes of St. Andrew or St. Elizabeth or St. Thomas? We'll have to stay tuned to find out at the end of this day.
He comes into this final with a time of 2 minutes 56.24.
So the lineup for the final of the boys open 1200 meters. Coming in with 3 minutes 56.24 from St. Thomas, J.T.A. Thompson. Coming in with 4:06.27 from St. Andrew, Daquan Williams. From St. Elizabeth with 3 minutes 54.92, Shadiq McKenzie. Javier Morgan from Manchester, he comes into the final with 4:08.62. From Trelawney with 3 minutes 57.54, Jabari Barrett. In lane from St. Catherine, the fastest, 3 minutes 45.70. The favorite, Jamar Amos. From St. Thomas with 4:08.27, Kavar Miller. From St. Mary with 3 minutes 52.62, Sanjay McIntosh. From Portland with 3 minutes 58.19, we have Khalil West. Nigel Stewart from St. Anne, 4:08.92. From St. Elizabeth with 4:02.41, General Watkins. And from Portland with 4:04.51, Raekwon Nelson. So we have a titanic battle on our hands. Look out for Jamar Amos. He's a special talent from St. Catherine. He hails from St. Catherine Primary, and he will want to showcase his quality here. But he will be challenged by Watkins from St. Elizabeth, so to McIntosh from St. Mary, Barrett from Trelawney, and Mackenzie from St. Elizabeth. Well, let's see how this one will end, as we always have to run the races to see how this will unfold. They're sent on their way for the final of the boys, open 1200 meters, and surging to the front early from St. Catherine, that is Jamar Amos. Let's see if he'll be able to maintain his lead all the way through. So Amos continues to lead as they're tightly bunched. So McIntosh from St. Mary now takes command of this 1200 meters. Amos retakes the lead as they enter the home straight for the first time. Khalil West from Portland is there. So too Miller from St. Thomas. So the first lap completed. 2 more laps to go. So St. Thomas ahead of St. Catherine. Then the two from Portland. So Amos, he reclaims the lead. They go down the back straight for the second time. Amos from St. Catherine continues to lead, but he's been tracked by the athletes from Portland and St. Thomas as they range up to enter the home straight for the second time.
until the end. My people in second, definitely the man from St. Thomas.
500 meters to run in this one as they enter the home straight for the second time. Amos ahead of West from Portland, and then it may be Miller from St. Thomas. So they approach the bell lap. Jamar Amos from St. Catherine continues to lead. So Amos ahead of West from Portland. St. Thomas in third. That's the top three at the moment. Will Jamar Amos be denied victory in the Boys Open 1200 meters? 300 meters left in this one. Amos moving away from the field. Can West respond? Will the athlete from St. Thomas mount a response? But Jamar Amos has a 30 meters lead with 200 to run. Jamar Amos from St. Catherine, he's a favorite for the title and he is on his way to take victory. He enters the home straight for the final time. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamar Amos, he opens his arms, continues to pump. Thompson from St. Thomas now takes second, but Jamar Amos from St. Catherine, he has a commanding advantage here and he looks well on his way to take victory. Look at the clock, a fast time, 3:44.82. The flash time for Jamar Amos. He wins ahead of St. Thomas, and Portland come through for third. And there's a battle on for fourth. St. Mary wins ahead of Portland, then St. Elizabeth. So the defending champions, they are indeed in the house. Jamar Amos from St. Catherine, 3 minutes 44.84, the winning time. Ahead of Javort Thompson from St. Thomas, 3:51.99. And in third, Khalil West from Portland, 3:56.07. Fourth, McIntosh from St. Mary, 3:59.77. And Raekwon Nelson running out the top five from Portland, 4 minutes 00.44. So that's how they conclude the final for the boys, 1200 meters open. The next event on track will be the girls under 9, 80 meters final.
The coordinators that will call for the high jump final event for medal presentation. We are missing an athlete, 2 athletes from the girls and the boys category. Will you kindly send them to the track side for the medal presentation? St. Thomas and St. Elizabeth. St. Thomas and St. Elizabeth for the high jump final event, which was run yesterday, on both boy and girl. Please send them to trackside right now.
Come see the future of Jamaica's track and field shine. Friday, June 26 and Saturday, June 27, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the National Stadium. Adults $500, students in uniform or school gear $300. Come cheer on your parish and meet our patron, world under 2200 meters silver medalist Shanoya Douglas. The J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, June 26 and 27. Don't miss it.
So the cost of this surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance and I had added supplemental health. So the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen.
favorite things to do are doing gymnastics, watching movies, and my bracelet band, Magic Beans by Zoe.
Hi, my name is Latoya. I'm Zuri's mom, and I live to make her dreams possible. Shortly after returning from Panama, after school, I picked her up one day and she told me that her knee slipped out at school. And when I felt her knee, it was very wobbly. And that's when I decided that something was not right, and I took her to see an orthopedic surgeon. And he said that there was something about her knee bone being very high, and he placed her in a knee brace. But then after the swelling went down, she became very timid. She did not want to take off the knee brace at all. It was very difficult to see my little girl moving from being energetic, excited about gymnastics and track, to this person that was so attached to the knee brace. But then her knee slipped out again, and this time it was swollen and she was in chronic pain, to the point where I had to physically lift her to see him again. After the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons, both of her pediatricians, said she had to do surgery. So the cost of the surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. And that does not include the physiotherapy that she'd have to do, the continuous check that she'd have to do after she did the surgery. So it was a pretty penny. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance, and I had added supplemental health that gave me additional coverage. I heard about Sagicor Life supplemental health at work, and when I looked at the benefits, it was pretty affordable, so it was a no-brainer. I had to sign up. With supplemental health insurance, the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. Having full coverage for the surgery meant everything to me. It was already a stressful time because it means that she would have had to go on under anesthesia, and that for any parent was very scary. But that burden of cost was not on my shoulder, so it made things a little easier. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor Supplemental Health not only help your child, but it can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen.
What I'm most looking forward to when Manny gets better is just being myself, having fun, doing gymnastics, getting to run up and down.
Thanks to Sagicor Life, she will be able to.
So on track we'll have the final 4, the under 9 girls, 80 meters. They're sent to their marks. Pearson, Cochrane, Prawl, Kidd, Clacken, Ferron, Stanbury White. Look out for Carissa Clacken from St. Thomas. She's off to a brilliant start. Carissa Clacken from St. Thomas. She steps away from the rest of the field. Clacken from St. Thomas. She will win this one. She decimates the field. 12.33 seconds for Carissa Clacken from St. Thomas. She was a class act there. 12.32 the confirmed time. Negative 1.8 meters per second wind speed. Second, Ashanique Ferron from St. Elizabeth, 12.88 seconds. And in third, Kevinique White from Portland, 12.89 seconds. So once again, Carissa Clacken, the winner for the girls under 9, 80 meters. She hails from St. Thomas, a licensed primary, 12.32. Ashanique Ferron in second from St. Elizabeth, 12.88. And in third, Kevinique White from Portland, 12.89 seconds. Negative 1.8 meters per second the wind. Remember, you can get all the live results on Roster Athletics. You can download it on the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. The next final on track will be the under 9 boys, 80 meters. We're in the land of sprinting. Sprinting is in our blood. We bleed speed. So the lane assignments coming in with 12.57 seconds from Westmoreland in 1, Romaine Dennis. Lane number 2 from St. Catherine, 12.52 seconds, Rosane Beckford. Lane number 3 from St. James with 12.87, Desani Gooden. Lane number 4 from Kingston, 12.55 seconds, Damian Channer. Lane number 5 from St. James with 12.89 seconds, Ronaldo James. Lane 6 the fastest, 12.17 from St. Elizabeth, Kylan Brady. Lane 7 from St. Anne, 12.33, Zandre Davis. And 8 Hamilton from St. Catherine. Gunn sends him off and running. Look at Brady from St. Elizabeth running well on the outside. That's Hamilton from St. Catherine. So Hamilton from St. Catherine ahead of Brady. St. Catherine, they will get the victory. 12.41 seconds. The flash time for Damian Hamilton from St. Catherine. He wins ahead of Brady from St. Elizabeth. The confirmed time for Damian Hamilton from St. Catherine, 12.42 seconds. Second going to Kaylin Brady from St. Elizabeth, 12.44 seconds. And in third from St. Anne with 12.68 seconds, Zandre Davis. Negative 3.6 meters per second the wind speed. That's the medalist for the boys under 9, 80 meters. This is where we unearth Jamaica's world beaters, and we have to give thanks to our sponsors for making this staging a success. We thank our title sponsors, Sagicor Foundation. We'd like to thank the J.T.A Cooperative Credit Union, Short-Term Medical Services, the Atlas Group, Mother's Catering, the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, Shortwood Teachers College, St. Joseph's Teachers College, the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sports, the Micah Foundation, and Pure Country. Thank you for your sponsorship and partnership for the 2026 staging of the J.T.A Sagicor National Athletics Championships.
We're not ready for medal presentation as we get things going by trackside.
So before the start of the under 11 girls 100-meter final, we'll have some medal presentations.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to make the presentation. For the girls' high jump event, this was done yesterday. The presentation is going to be done by the Deputy Secretary General of the J.T.A, Mr. Clayton Hall, and he's making the presentations now to the girls. In third position,
So medal presentation being done for the girls' high jump open.
in second position we have Seshanique Collage, and in first position we have Nashona Daly. Let's hear it for them on the other side. Come on, let's on the other side. Come on, over the program.
So the winner was Nashona Daly, second Jessani Collard, and Kamoy Jones for third. Those are the medalists for the girls' high jump open. Congratulations to the athletes on a job well done.
And so in the under 19, I beg your pardon, the open event for boys, in third position, stepping up on the stand is Akeem Richards. Out of third.
So now we have medal presentation for the boys' high jump open. So in third we had Akeem Richards, he cleared 1.50 meters. Second, clearing 1.55 meters, Jamal Thomas. And the winner, Delonte Brown, he cleared 1.60 meters, equal meet record performance. So Delonte Brown equals the meet record of 1.60 meters. Second, Jamal Thomas cleared 1.55 meters. And in third, Akeem Richards, 1.50 meters. So congratulations, gentlemen, in the boys' high jump.
The Deputy Secretary General in charge of the J.T.A. and he makes his way with Stephanie Wright Grant and the team coming back to the track side. Come on, do the Vuvuzela for them, do the Vuvuzela for them. Thank you for such a good job.
The next event on track, the final for the girls under 11, 100 meters. Lane number 2 coming in 14.29 seconds from St. Thomas, Khadija Watson. Lane number 3 from Manchester, 14.99, Zane Davis, as the athletes are sent to their marks. Sent away cleanly for the final for girls under 11, 100 meters. Running well in lane number 6, that's Pusey from St. Andrew. Pusey from St. Andrew, Shaquana Pusey leading ahead of Watson from St. Thomas. So Shaquana Pusey from St. Andrew, she cops the gold medal for the girls under 11, 100 meters. She wins in 14.24 seconds, ahead of Khadija Watson from St. Thomas, 14.49, and in third from Manchester, Zane Davis, 14.85. Negative 2.1 meters per second, the wind speed for the girls under 11, 100 meters. Once again, the medalist, the winner, Shaquana Pusey from St. Andrew, 14.24. Second, Khadija Watson from St. Thomas, 14.49, and in third from Manchester, 14.85, Zane Davis. So that concludes the final for the girls under 11, 100 meters. The next final will be the boys under 11, 100 meters.
Let's begin the lineup for the under 11 boys 100 meter final. Let's start with lane number 1. And lane number 1 representing St. James. He comes in with a time of 14.54.
So now for the final of the boys under 11, 100 meters, they're sent to their marks. They're off and running for the final of the boys under 11, 100 meters. Running well, we see Horatio Jaden McFarlane from St. James. He's been challenged by Henry from St. Andrew. To the line they will go from the west. Jaden McFarlane from St. James. He stops the clock at 13.55. The time now confirmed at 13.57 seconds for Jaden McFarlane from St. James. He wins ahead of Devontae Henry from St. Andrew, 13.64. And in third, Amari Cunningham from St. Anne, 13.78 seconds. So Jaden McFarlane representing for the western end of the island from St. James, the champion, 13.57 for the boys under 11, 100 meters. Second going to Javante Henry from St. Andrew, 13.64. And in third from St. Anne, 13.78, Amari Cunningham. Negative 4.4 meters per second, the wind speed for the under 11 boys, 100 meters. We move to the under 13 section. We'll have the girls, then we'll go with the boys. The lane assignments in lane number 1. Coming in with 13.82 from Clarendon, Shanoya Carruthers. In 2 from St. Mary, 13.65, Tiara Blake. In 3, Earthana Ray from St. Andrew, 13.78. Shakayla Lingard from Portland, the fastest, coming in with 13.48. She's from Portland. In 5, Anika Jameson from Manchester, 13.55. In 6, she won at the InSports National Primary Championships from St. Andrew with 13.62. Ariana Lewis. In 7 from Trelawney, 13.71. Shayna Lee Thomas. And in 8 from Kingston with 13.84. Shania Williams. The lineup for the final of the girls under 13, 100 meters. They're on their marks. So a break at the start For the under 13 girls 100 meters. In 1, Carruthers, 2, Blake, 3, Ray, 4, Lingard, 5, Jameson, 6, Lewis, 7, Thomas, and 8, Williams. That's the lineup for the under 13 girls 100 meters. Look out for Lewis from St. Andrew and Lingard from Portland. Irena Lewis, she won at the Insports National Primary Championships. Let's see if she can win here. What will Lingard serve up? So they're on their marks for the second time. Oh, there's another break at the start. So nervous moments here for the girls in the under 13 section. Carruthers in 1, Blake 2, Ray 3, Lingard 4, Jameson 5, Lewis 6, Thomas 7, and Williams in 8. So send to their marks for the third time of asking. Third time is the charm, so let's see if we can get a clean break. Sent away cleanly this time. Look at Lewis from St. Andrew. Irena Lewis from St. Andrew steps away from Jameson of Manchester. Look at Irena Lewis from St. Andrew. She will win this one. She wins ahead of Lingard. 12:80 for the flash time. I told you about Lewis from St. Andrew. Ariana Lewis, the time now confirmed, 12:85. She crowns herself in glory here. Lewis from St. Andrew. She wins ahead of Lingard from Portland. So we wait confirmation of the times. Negative 2.1 meters per second, the wind speed. So we know the winner, Irena Lewis from St. Andrew. Second was Lingard from Portland, and third, Jameson from Manchester. As we get set for the under 13 boys, 100 meters. So the next final on track is the boys under 13 100 meters. In 1 with 13.10 seconds from St. Thomas, Jeffrey Boucher. In 2 from Trelawney, 12.99, Dominic Lewis. In 3 from St. Catherine, we saw him earlier on the anchor leg for the record-breaking team in the 4x1, 12.80, Kaif Grant. His teammate in lane 4, 13.12, Nickel Parchment. Lane number 5 from St. Andrew, 13.07, Kevor Thomas. Lane number 6 from Westmoreland with 12.49 seconds, Omani Campbell. Lane number 7 from St. Andrew, 12.89, Noel Roberts. And running out the field in lane 8 from St. Thomas, 13.14, Jermaine Johnson. So that's the lineup for the final of the boys under 13 100 meters. So the battle expected between Grant and Parchment from St. Catherine. Can they get the Quinella? Sent away cleanly for the final of the boys under 13 100 meters. Look at Parchment and Grant from St. Catherine, and in lane number 6 that's Campbell from Westmoreland. But look at Grant from St. Catherine. He is stepping away from Campbell Campbell from Westmoreland. So Kaif Grant, he wins this one. 12:61 the time for Kaif Grant from St. Catherine. Negative 3.8 meters per second the wind speed for the final of the under 13 boys 100 meters. 12:61 the winning time for Kaif Grant from St. Catherine. Second, Amani Campbell from Westmoreland, 12.75. And third, Nickel Parton from St. Catherine, 12.82. So massive points there for the defending champion, St. Catherine. So Kaif Grant, the champion for the under 13 boys 100 meters, 12:61. Second, Amani Campbell from Westmoreland, 12:75. And in third, from St. Catherine, Nickel Parchment, 12.82 seconds.
1 o'clock. So we're going to make another call at around 10:45, but this is your first call. Arrange the athletes for the march by the parade that's coming up at 1 o'clock. We want to be on time. Thank you. Next up is the under 15 girls.
The next final is on track. The girls under 15, 100 meters. The lineup in lane 1 from St. Anne, coming in with 14.39 seconds. Kaylee Thomas. In 2 from Portland with 14.14. Kalisa Holgate. Lane number 3 from St. Elizabeth, 13.86. Alicia Salmon. Lane 4 with 13.90 from St. Andrew. Kyra Davis. Lane number 5, the fastest coming in with 13.81 from St. Catherine, Alia Royal. In 6, Michaela Jackson from Portland, 14.59. In 7, from St. James, Tiandra Daly, 13.97. And in 8, Talia Thorpe from Kingston, 14.51. They're sent to their marks. So we have a break at the start for the girls under 15 100 meters. In 1, Thomas. 2, Holgate. 3, Salmon. 4, Davis. 5, Royal. 6, Jackson. 7, Daly. And 8, Thorpe. That's the lineup for the final of the girls under 15 100 meters. Sent to their marks for the second time of asking. Sent away cleanly. So another break here. So another break for the girls under 15 100 meters. Let's see if we'll get it for the third time. Third time's a charm. And we'll hope we'll get it right that time. Once again in 1, Kaylee Thomas. 2, Kalisa Holgate. 3, Alicia Salmon. 4, Kyra Davis. 5, Alia Royal. 6, Michaela Jackson. 7. In 7, Tiandra Daly. And 8, Talia Thorpe. So sent to their marks for the third time of asking. Sent away cleanly for the third time for the girls under 15 100 meters. Look in the middle of the track. That's Davis from St. Andrew. Davis from St. Andrew steps away from Salmon from St. Elizabeth. Cara Davis from St. Andrew. She streaks away to get the victory. 13.84 the flash time for Kyra Davis. She wins ahead of Alicia Salmon from St. Elizabeth.
The wind speed of 4.8.
13.84 the winning time for Kyra Davis from St. Andrew. Second, Alicia Salmon from St. Elizabeth, 14.29 seconds. Negative 4.8 meters per second the wind speed. So once again, the medalist, Kyra Davis from St. Andrew, 13.84. Second, Alicia Salmon from St. Elizabeth, 14.29. And in third, from St. Anne with 14.48.
Next up will be the 400 meters. Boys, under 15, 100 meters. The lineup is as follows.
So the medalists for the girls under 15, Kyra Davis, the champion. Second, Elisa Salmon from St. Elizabeth. And third, Kalisa Holgate from Portland. As we get ready for the boys under 15, 100 meters.
Representing St. Andrew, Sean McLeod. And number 4, representing St. Catherine, Tyrone Pepin.
The lineup for the boys under 15 100-meter final. In one, coming in with 13.33 seconds from Trelawney, Tadrique Brown. In lane number 2 with 12.92 from St. Anne, Omarion Finnegan. Lane 3 from St. Andrew, 13.04, Roshane McLeod. Lane number 4 from St. Catherine, 13.43, Capron Buckham. Lane 5 from St. Mary, 13 seconds flat, Javera Cameron. Lane 6 from Kingston, 12.92, Dadrian Holding. Lane 7 from St. Andrew, 12.95, Roshane Smith. And in lane 8 from St. Andrew, 13.41, Arona Scarlett. That's the lineup for the final of the under 15 boys, 100 meters. So Brown in 1, Finnegan 2, McLeod 3, Buckham 4, Cameron 5, Holding 6, Smith 7, and Scarlett in 8. That's the lineup for the final of the under 15 boys, 100 meters. They are sent to their marks. Let's see who will crown themselves in glory to be the champion for the under 15 boys, 100 meters. So a break at the start for the final of the under 15 boys, 100 meters. So Brown in 1, Finnegan 2, McLeod 3, Buckham 4, Cameron 5, Holding 6, Smith 7, and Scarlett in 8. So sent to their marks for the second time of asking. Sent away cleanly for the final of the under 15 boys, 100 meters. Looking lane number 5, that's Cameron from St. Mary, also running well, that's McLeod from St. Andrew. To the line they will go. Who will get this one? Cameron from St. Mary. He wins this one, stopping the clock, 12.29 seconds. So Javera Cameron from St. Mary, the champion for the boys under 15, 100 meters. So St. Mary with Javera Cameron, 12.31. He wins the boys under 15, 100 meters. Silver going to Roshane McLeod from St. Andrew, 12.45. And third from St. Andrew, Roshane Smith, 12.51 seconds. Negative 1.3 meters per second to win speed for the final of the boys under 15, 100 meters. So Javera Cameron, the champion for the under 15 boys, 100 meters, 12.31 seconds. Second, Roshane McLeod from St. Andrew, 12.45. And third, from St. Andrew, Roshane Smith, 12.51 seconds. So that concludes the final for the boys under 15, 100 meters. And we complete the sprint final for the 100 meters and 80 meters. The next final on track. The next final on track will be the girls under 13, 400 meters, followed by the boys. So we're going for a short break and then we'll return with the final for the girls under 13, 400 meters.
The J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Come see the future of Jamaica's track and field shine. Friday, June 26 and Saturday, June 27, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the National Stadium. Adults $500, students in uniform or school gear $300. Come cheer on your parish and meet our patron, world under 2200 meters silver medalist Shania Douglas. The J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, June 26 and 27. Don't miss it.
Hi, my name is Latoya. I'm Zuri's mom and I live to make her dreams possible. Zuri's proudest achievement in gymnastics has to be the competition that she won in Panama. It was her very first competition and she dominated and was able to bring home the gold. Shortly after returning from Panama, her knee slipped out at school, and after the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons said she had to do surgery. So the cost of the surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance and I had added supplemental health, so the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen. Shortly after returning from Panama, after school I picked her up one day and she told me that her knee slipped out at school. And when I felt her knee, it was very wobbly. And that's when I decided that something was not right and I took her to see an orthopedic surgeon. And he said that there was something about her knee bone being very high and he placed her in a knee brace. But then after the swelling went down, she became very timid. She did not want to take off the knee brace at all. It was very difficult to see my little girl moving from being energetic, excited about gymnastics and track, to this person that was so attached to the knee brace. But then her knee slipped out again, and this time it was swollen and she was in chronic pain to the point where I had to physically lift her to see him again. After the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons, both of her pediatricians said she had to do surgery. So the cost of the surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. And that does not include the physiotherapy that she'd have to do, the continuous check that she'd have to do after she did the surgery. So it was a pretty penny. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance and I had added supplemental health that gave me additional coverage. I heard about Sagicor Life supplemental health at work, and when I looked at the benefits, it was pretty affordable, so it was a no-brainer. I had to sign up. With supplemental health insurance, the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. Having full coverage for the surgery meant everything to me. It was already a stressful time because it means that she would have had to go on under anesthesia, and that for any parent was very scary. But that burden of cost was not on my shoulder, so it made things a little easier. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health not only help your child, but it can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen.
What I'm most looking forward to when Manny gets better is just being myself, having fun, doing gymnastics, getting to one up and down.
Thanks to Sagicor Life, she will be able to.
Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157.
So as we resume action of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships for 2026 here at the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica, we'll be having some reruns of the 4x100 meters. For the girls under 9, St. Anne, they'll be running by themselves to have a chance of advancing to the final. So they need to go faster than 105.27 to have a chance of advancing to the grand finale later this afternoon.
So same time we'll be operating from lane number 4, box 1 is ready, box 2. Box 2, same time should be lane number 4. Box number 3.
So St. Anne, they're in lane number 4 and they're running for time. 105.27 is the time that they have to beat to advance to the championship race.
Box 1 is ready, box number 2 are ready. Please indicate box 2 if you're ready, please indicate. Box 2 is ready, box 3 are you ready? Box 3 are you ready?
So we'll be having 3 reruns, all by St. Anne teams, as protests were filed, and they have been awarded a chance to make it to the final, but they'll have to run against time. So for the under 9 girls, St. Anne is chasing 105.27 to have a chance to contest the grand finale. Following the reruns, we'll have the final for the under 13 girls, 400 meters, which will be followed by the under 13 boys. Then we'll move to the under 15 section.
Box 1. Box 1 is ready, box 2. Box 2, please indicate again if you're ready. Box 2, please.
Could the team leader of St. Elizabeth please send Gabrielle Walters to the presentation area to receive her medal in the shot put open female event?
Mr. Stanton, the boxes seem to be ready. Over to you.
Special presentation for this event will be made by Ms. Megan Edwards, Corporate Social Responsibility Officer from the Sagicor.
So thank you for joining our coverage of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships for 2026. And we ask that you continue to like, share, subscribe, so that other persons will be able to enjoy the coverage. So St. Anne, they're chasing 105.27. So let's see if they'll be able to get that time and have a chance of contesting the championship race. So St. Anne, they make the change. Let's see if they will get that time. They go down the back straight. So St. Anne, they're being cheered on by the crowd as they want to have a chance to be in the big party. So the second change is made safe for St. Anne. One more change to come. Around the bend they go. St. Anne, they're being cheered on. 105.27 is what we're looking for. The final change is made, so St. Anne, they're well on their way into home straight. 105.27 or faster. St. Anne, can they get that time and be a part of the big teams in the final? So St. Anne, they are chasing the flash time 105.60. We await confirmation. The time confirmed for St. Anne 105.60, and that will not be good enough to advance them to the championship race. So heartbreak for St. Anne in the under 9 girls, full by 100 meters.
And a place in the final St. Anne. But let's hear how the youngsters, it's not easy.
So they gave it their all, and we applaud the effort for St. Anne, but I know that they're heartbroken. Well, let's see if their boys in the under 9 will be able.
So the under 9 boys now for St. Anne will take up the mantle. They also have.
So the under 9 boys, St. Anne, they are running in late 1. Let's see.
1:02.92. That's a time held currently by Trelawney. 1:02.92.
So another rerun is set on track. That's the under 9 boys, St. Anne. If they are chasing 102.92, and if they go faster than that time, Trelawney will be kicked out of the final.
And the representatives from the various parishes should also be on the east side, east field, coming through that tunnel there. So we are asking all the representatives to...
So 102.92, the time that St. Anne is chasing to be in the championship race.
The parish signs have been moved over to that location as well. And the coordinators, please send your athletes who will be part of the parade. Because only St. Anne on the 9 should be on the track and they should be in lane number 1. St. Catherine is a different age group, they're under 11. So only St. Anne, so the under 9 category should be on the track right now. And they should be in lane 1.
So following the rerun for the under 9 boys for St. Anne, we'll have a rerun for the under 11 boys for St. Catherine.
St. Catherine is in a different place. While we await the next activity on the track, we want to say to the awardees we have this year, some awardees, kindly make yourselves available by trackside as well.
So they're sent on their marks. So St. Anne, they're chasing 102.92. So we're watching the clock. So they're sent away. Let's see if St. Anne will turn around their fortune here and advance to the final. They make the first change safely. Down the back straight they go now. 102.92 is what St. Anne is chasing. So let's see if St. Anne, they will be advancing to the final. The second change made safe for St. Anne. Around the bend they go. Look at the team from St. Anne. They're chasing 102.92. The final change is made for St. Anne. They're streaking down the home straight. 102.92. Will they get that time? They're cheering for St. Anne as they chase 102.92. Look at St. Anne go. We are watching the clock. We are looking for 102.92 or faster. Will they get that time? 102.46 the flash time. We await confirmation. So 102.47 for St. Anne, and they look to book their spot in the championship race. So they have turned their fortunes here in the under 9 boys. 4.1, so congratulations to St. Anne. And they are through to the championship race.
Running by themselves and securing their spot unofficially into the final. The judges will make the final.
So the under 11 boys, St. Catherine, they are running to beat 56.48 to have a chance of being in that final later this afternoon. They're sent on their way. St. Catherine, let's see if they will be successful as St. Anne was in the boys under 9 section. The first change made by St. Catherine. So they're stepping down the back straight. St. Catherine, 56.48 or better for St. Catherine is what we're looking for. So the second change made safe for St. Catherine. Around the bend they go. One more change to come for St. Catherine. The final change made for St. Catherine. 56.48 or better for St. Catherine. Will they get that time? They're streaking away. Will they go faster than 56.48? Look at St. Catherine. Look at the time. 55.46. The flash time. We await confirmation. The time now confirmed for St. Catherine, 55.48, as they look to book their spot to the final of the under 11 boys 4x100 meters. St. Catherine knew that the points will be very crucial in the relays as they get set to amass more points in an effort to defend their title.
This is going to be special. Super special. And while we prepare for the next event on the track, just reminding all the coordinators that we need all the parishes to be represented on the east side of the field for the official ceremony, which is coming up shortly.
The next event on track will be the girls under 13 400 meters. Lane number 8 coming in 105.49 from St. Catherine, Tori Benjamin. Lane number 7 105.63 from St. Elizabeth, Michaela Tomlinson. Lane number 6, the fastest, she won at the InSports National Championships with 103.37 from St. Catherine, Dejanelle Brooks. Lane number 5 with 108.41 from St. Elizabeth, Phaedra Berry. Lane number 4 with 103.99 from St. Andrew, Rayona Johnson. Lane number 3, 106 flat from Portland, Naila Crawford. Lane 2 with 107.90 from St. Andrew, Samana Sang. And rounding out the field in lane 1 from St. Thomas with 107.90, Denise Brown. So that's the lineup for the final of the girls under 13 400 meters.
Lane number 1 representing St. Thomas, Denise Brown. Over to Mr. Starker.
So they're sent to their marks for the final of the under 13 girls 400 meters. Sent on their way for the final of the under 13 girls 400 meters. Look out for Dejanel Brooks from St. Catherine. She was outstanding at the InSports National Primary Championships. Will she be able to secure a victory here as well? So Brooks goes by Tomlinson and Benjamin on her outside. Running well on the inside, that's Naila Crawford from Portland. But as they go by the marathon tunnel, Brooks leading this one. The 200 to run, Dejanel Brooks from St. Catherine. She is leading this one. So Dejanel Brooks from St. Catherine enters the home straight with the lead. Brooks from St. Catherine ahead of Johnson from St. Andrew, and on the inside Brown from St. Thomas. Look at Dejanel Brooks. She's been tracked by Brianna Johnson from St. Andrew. Dejanel Brooks from St. Catherine. She will take victory here. Dejanel Brooks, the champion, 102.90. The flash time. Ahead of Brianna Johnson from St. Andrew. And in third, Denisa Brown from St. Thomas.
Johnson of St. Andrew second, 1:03.96 is Brown of St. Thomas.
So the winning time for Dejanel Brooks from St. Catherine, 102.90. Second, Brianna Johnson from St. Andrew, 103.96. And in third, Denisa Brown from St. Thomas, 105.29. So the next event on track will be the final for the boys under 13, 400 meters. But we'll have a medal presentation.
We need some assistance on the field with the banner. 2 powerful arm men, please. Run over to the track and assist. At this time, we're presenting shot put event for the girls. In third position, we have Gabrielle Walters from the township of St. Elizabeth. In second position,
Submit a presentation for the girls' open shot put. The bronze going to Gabrielle Walters.
Chief Corporate Social Responsibility Officer at Sagicor Foundation. In second position,
So Gabrielle Walters with a distance of 7.55 meters. Second, Akithia Sinclair, 7.58 meters. And the winner with 7.93 meters, Nashana Daly.
that's the girls, the shot put open event. Congratulations to all for doing so well.
So Nashana Daly, a double medalist here. She won the girls' high jump open and the girls' shot put open.
We'll start with lane number 8. Lane number 8 representing St. Catherine, Lane number 6 representing St. Anne.
The lineup for the boys under 13 400 meter final. Lane number 8, 59.62 from St. Catherine, Kimiko Gale. Lane number 7 from St. Anne, 102.12, Noel Roberts. Lane 6 sees a champion from the InSports National Primary Championships, 59.61 from St. Catherine, Joshua Williams. Lane 5 with 58.39 from St. Andrew, Joshua Atkinson. Lane 4, the fastest 58.16 from Westmoreland, O'Dane Gordon. Lane 3, Marquis Robinson from St. Elizabeth, 59.68. Lane 2 from Trelawney, Jayden Blake, and in 1, Leandre McKenzie from St. Thomas. This one will be very, very exciting. Look out for Gordon, Robinson, Atkinson, Williams, and Gale. This one will be quick. The record 57.52. Let's see if anyone will be able to get close to or even break the record. Sent away cleanly for the final of the under 13 boys, 400 meters. A quick start for Gale for St. Catherine on the outside. Soto Williams from St. Catherine. and range it up nicely in lane number 4. That's Odin Gordon from Westmoreland. They go by the marathon tunnel. So Gale ahead of Williams. And running well is Gordon from Westmoreland. So to Robinson from St. Elizabeth. 200 meters to run. Look at Gordon from Westmoreland. He steps on the accelerator, going by Williams and Gale. Will they be able to mount a response? But look at Odin Gordon from Westmoreland. He means business. Second best Atkinson from St. Andrew. But look at Odin Gordon from Westmoreland. Odin Gordon from Westmoreland coming back on the outside of scale from St. Catherine, and on the inside Blake from Trelawney. Odin Gordon, look at the time! 56.48 seconds, the flash time for Odin Gordon. The record coming in 57.52. We await confirmation. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the record coming in was 57.52. The winning time for Odin Gordon, 56.51 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have a new record. Odin Gordon from Westmoreland, 56.51 seconds. The champion and record breaker from the West. Odin Gordon crowns himself in glory and breaks the record here in the under 13 boys 400 meters. Second going to Joshua Atkinson from St. Andrew, 58.24. And in third from St. Catherine, Kimika Gale, 58.28 seconds. That's how they will finish in the under 13 boys 400 meters. So a record-breaking performance for Odin Gordon as he cops the title of champion in the boys under 13 400 meters.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement here. The age record, 57.52. The time ran just now by Odin Gordon of Westmoreland, 56.51. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have a new record! Odin Gordon of Westmoreland, 56.52. Drops the gauntlet in the under 13 boys.
The next event on track, the final for the under 15 girls 400 meters. Lane number 7 from Portland, 1 minute 10.37 for Kayla Edwards. Lane number 6 from St. Andrew, 106.41, Xavier Stevenson. Lane number 5, the fastest, coming in 105.87 from Westmoreland, Inera Clark. Lane 4 with 1 minute 07.71 from St. Andrew, Abiola Hendricks. Lane 3 from Kingston with 108.17, Vanessa Murray. Lane number 2 with 109.30 from St. Elizabeth, Stenique Bruce. And in lane 1 from St. Catherine, a minute 10.17, Aisha Morris. That's the lineup for the final of the under 15 girls 400 meters. Let's see if Westmoreland can win here, as Inera Clark came in with the fastest time of a minute 05.87 seconds. Off and running for the final of the under 15 girls 400 meters. Running well in the middle of the track, we see Hendricks from St. Andrew, but look at Clark from Westmoreland. She has stolen the march on all the athletes on her outside. Inera Clark from Westmoreland, she means business with less than 200 to run. She saw her teammate Gordon win the under 13 section, and she wants to secure victory here. Inera Clark from Westmoreland, second best from Portland, that's Kayla Edwards. But Inera Clark enters the home straight with a commanding advantage. Inera Clark from Westmoreland. But look at Vanessa Murray from Kingston. She raising a ruckus here. But Inera Clark from Westmoreland, she wants to take victory. A mad rush for second. Inera Clark, she will win this one ahead of Xavier Stevenson from St. Andrew and Hendricks from St. Andrew. A minute 04.96 a flash time for Inera Clark from Westmoreland. So back-to-back victories for Westmoreland. The winning time for Inera Clark from Westmoreland, a minute 04.96. In second from St. Andrew, Xavier Stevenson, a minute 05.69. And in third, Vanessa Murray from Kingston, a minute 05.87 seconds. So that concludes the final of the girls under 15, 400 meters.
So I'm told that right after we have the boys on the track, then we'll be heading to the official opening ceremony. So if you want to go into the tunnel line, more people come in, that might be a better thing than standing there for the next few minutes. So we're taking the boy event on the track and then we come to the official ceremony.
The next event on track, the under 15 boys, 400 meters. Lane number 8 from St. Thomas, we have Dimitri Marriott. Lane 7 from Kingston, Vernon Simmons. Lane number 6 from St. Anne, Jafari Morris. Lane number 4, the fastest from St. Elizabeth from East Tomlinson. Lane 3 from St. Andrew, Zachary Holcomb. Lane number 2 from St. Catherine's, Jay Sims. And in lane number 1 from St. Andrews, Zidane Wright. So 7 athletes reporting for the final of the under 15 boys, 400 meters. Sent away cleanly for the final of the boys, under 15, 400 meters. Moving quickest of all, that's Jafari March from St. Anne in lane 6. He's on the shoulder of Simmons from Kingston and Marriott from St. Thomas. Making a move now from St. Catherine in 2, that's to Jay Sims. Also running well, Zachary Holcomb from St. Andrew. As they approach the 200 meters mark, Sims ahead of Holcomb from St. Andrew. Round the top bend, Zachary Holcomb ahead of Sir J. Sims from St. Catherine. As they enter the home straight, look at Zachary Holcomb ahead of Sir J. Sims. Zachary Holcomb from St. Andrew. Sir J. Sims from St. Catherine in second. And chasing from St. Anne, that's Jafari Morris. But look at Zachary Holcomb from St. Andrew. Charging for second, that's Morris from St. Anne. But Zachary Holcomb does enough to win in 58.21 the flash time. Second going to Jafari Morris from St. Anne. And third, Ramesh Tomlinson from St. Elizabeth. So Zachary Holcomb, the champion for the under 15 boys, 400 meters. He's from St. Andrew. He clocked 58.25 seconds. For second from St. Anne, Jafari Morris, 59 seconds on the nose. And in third from St. Elizabeth, from East Tomlinson, 59.46 seconds. So those are the medalists for the under 15 boys, 400 meters. The next event on track will be the girls under 9, 150 meters. But we'll have the opening ceremony before the 150 meters.
Representative from St. Elizabeth, representative from St. Elizabeth, kindly come by trackside down for the under 9 cricket ball close-up girls. Chanel Allen is here, Leonie Basil is also here, and we need Odyssia Ennis from St. Elizabeth or a representative at this moment.
So following the opening ceremony, we'll resume with the final for the girls under 9, 150 meters. Following the under 9 girls and boys 150 meters, we'll head to the 200 meters for the girls and boys under 11, under 13, and under 15.
Representation, just one, and then we go to the official opening ceremony. representative from St. Elizabeth, please come right now. Odysseus Ennis, a representative from St. Elizabeth, to the medal presentation area. Mr. Gordon Dixon, Assistant Secretary General at the J.T.A, will be making the presentation. He's being assisted to the medal presentation by Stephanie Wright-Ross.
So before the official opening ceremony, we'll have a medal presentation.
Thank you so much. Let's go to the stands now and make this presentation. If we could get two gentlemen to hold up the banner in the back there, that would be helpful. Run over, gentlemen, run over and assist them before I call the names. So in third position is Odysseus Ennis from St. Elizabeth.
So we have medal presentation for the girls under 9 ball throw. The bronze going to Odysseus Ennis from St. Elizabeth with 26.10 meters. The silver, Naomi Vassar from Westmoreland, 26.58 meters. And the champion from Westmoreland, Shaniel Allen, 26.85 meters. So that's the medalist for the girls under 9 ball throw. Congratulations to the medalists as we await the official opening ceremony. We hope that you're enjoying our coverage of the 2026 staging of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships here at the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica. Remember to like, share and subscribe so we'll be able to bring more coverage of track and field from the land of wood and water here in Jamaica. So it's now time for the official opening ceremony. Then we will resume action with the girls under 9 150 meters final.
In the time for the 150 and 200 meters for the girls, please report to the following. That's the 150 and 200 meters boys and girls. Please report to the following. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to welcome the teams, the parade of athletes, and then we're going to be calling out the other persons who will be representing in the official ceremony in just a moment. So we're also trying to welcome all of you here and welcome the official opening ceremony. Let's put our hands together and blow over the fellows as we welcome for the march past of the athletes, the parish of Corinda. Let's welcome Corinda. Let's welcome Corinda. We have Hanover. Then from Hanover we have the we are told by the parish of Manchester. From Manchester, we have the parish of East. Let's welcome Blackburn. from the east and we go over back to the west. Let's welcome the guys and girls of drawing shorts. Let's welcome Simone! And last but not least, let's welcome the Persia. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have some students that are going to join in the parade, and they're going along with Sister Prim Lewis. They're students with special needs, and what they're wearing in that yellow hat, and they're making the way to join the parade, and they're here with us today. We thank them for being here. So, as they make their way, come on, keep the vuvuzelas going. Keep the vuvuzelas going. As they wait, the rest of them coming into the ceremony area. As we are present from the forces in grace. And all the awardees that will be receiving awards this year, you should be also by trackside now. So we have two schools, one out of Kingston, two out of Kingston, and one out of St. Thomas, with students with special needs that are joining the parade today. Come on, let's hear for them, let's hear for them, let's hear for them. Thank you so much, Mr. Music. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you and welcome to the 2026 staging of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Of course, it's the 41st staging of this activity. Come on, let's hear it for the J.T.A. and Sagicor and its sponsors. A big round of applause for their entire team. And so, having completed the parade of athletes, and they're here with us in the backdrop, we're going to ask everyone to stand at this moment for the playing of the national anthem. You stand anywhere you are on the compound. Please stand where you are, hands by your side, and heads forward, heels in, toes out. the signs, the Paris signs about your chest level. Don't hide your face. Right, put them about your chest level, yes. Right, all of them, bring them down. So that, don't use, I know this one is a little bit hotter than we expect, but don't cover your faces. Thank you so much. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be inviting Dr. Warren Richards, George Warren Richards, to come and do chorus for us at this time. Let's make a welcome with a big round of applause, please. Dr. Warren Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Let us go ahead with prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come together today as athletes, coaches, and supporters. And as we come, Lord, we want to invite your presence in this space. Thank you for health, strength, and the opportunity to gather in celebration of sports and community. We ask that you bless every athlete competing today. Grant them the courage to do their best, the endurance to push through challenges, and the wisdom to compete with integrity and honor. We also pray for Sagicor and the Jamaica Teachers Association. We place the coaches and officials before you today, Lord. Guide their every decision and help them to lead with patience and fairness. Lord, we ask that you fill this arena with a spirit of true sportsmanship. Let us respect our opponents, cheer for each other's victory, and accept both victory and defeat with humility. Lord, we pray for an accident and an incident-free event, and at the end of it all, we will be careful to praise your name through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Come on, let's put our hands together for Dr. Warren Richards with such a wonderful turn. And as I said before, this is our 41st staging of this activity here at the National Stadium. You can check online for the history of this activity and you will be so informed. But for today, we want to at this moment welcome all of you that are here, J.T.A. and Sagicor team together, and all the other sponsors who are supporting us in this activity. We are happy to be sharing this moment with you. At this time then, let's welcome with our greetings at this time, none other than Mr. Mark Malava, J.T.A. President, with his greeting at this moment. Please make our President welcome. A big round of applause for Mr. Mark Malava.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Good afternoon, everyone. I trust and hope that you are enjoying this evening's event. I want to just say, we do this annually, and more it is getting bigger and bigger. I want to use this opportunity to thank and acknowledge Sagicor for the partnership that we have had over the years to ensure that this event is a success. One of the things that we recognize is that these events is a grassroots event. As a matter of fact, it is the premier grassroots event in Jamaica. We want to thank the athletes from all 14 parishes. They come up, when they come out, they do their best, and are asking that you cheer them on as we enjoy this evening event. Thank you so much. And I also just want to use this opportunity to acknowledge our special needs students who are here today. They will be taking part in at least one race today. Thank you so much.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Mark Malava. And of course, before him, he's the president. And of course we had our regional officer for the South Central region, Dr. Wall Richards. She did press for us earlier. At this time, let's, with open arms, welcome none other than Mrs. Nicole Campbell, Vice President, Group Corporate Communications and Corporate Social Responsibility, to come and bring the sponsors' greeting. Come on, let's hear a big round of applause for Nicole!
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Good afternoon to everyone. You know, I was thinking about what I would say. I'm not going to take long because I know it's extremely hot and the kids would prefer to be running on the track. But I was thinking about what I was going to say when I was driving here. And one of the things that I love about this event is this vantage point. When I look up into the stadium and I can see the growing support year after year. This is year 3 of me standing here, looking up, witnessing the increase in numbers, witnessing the increase in support for our student athletes. And I have to tell you something that it really, really warms my heart. Let me hear a round of applause from all of you who took the time to come out here today to support your kids. J.T.A. who give their time year after year. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes we have volunteers asking us where are we going to send out the request because it's so important for them to come here and ensure that our kids are okay. The medical tents over there are really, really important, and I want to just big up all our volunteers right now for all of their efforts. And don't see Shania, she was supposed to be on my side, but I just want to big up our patron this year, ladies and gentlemen. Shania Douglas, under 20 national championship. Let me hear it for Shania. And when I look at the kids here today, I see the future. And so I'm just asking you, let's not give them the support when they make it to the world stage. Let's start supporting them as Mr. Malala just said around at this grassroots level. This is a premier event that's going from strength to strength. Let us continue to show our kids the support, give them the love and affection and care that they need so that they can represent us well on the world stage. Lastly, I'd like to thank the J.T.A. Planning Committee and the Executive Committee led by Mr. Malala, of course. We got Mr. Nash, who's always by our side. And I'd also like to thank the Sagicor Planning Committee, who has put a tremendous amount of effort into this. And to my wonderful athlete students, I don't know if this was intentionally planned, but I know St. Catherine has a slight edge from yesterday. Is it St. Catherine that's going to take it away? Let me hear it. Is it St. Catherine? Is it St. Elizabeth who happens to be in second place right now? Well, I'm not placing my bets on anyone, but I just want to say to all our student athletes here today, we're proud of you. We'll continue to support this event for over 40 years, and we will continue to support you, and we hope that we're here to witness their growth and evolution, and we want to see you on the world stage. So give your very best today, and we look forward to being here with you each step of the journey. Thank you so much, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we should be having some awards at this time, presentation of some awards. I have not seen an indication of our awardees in the place. If you are here, wave your hands so I can see you. The awardees who are supposed to be receiving some awards now, they are not in place yet. I see one, I see two. Alright, there are about 7 of them. So I'm going to move on to the next active and come right back to them. At this time, do we have our patron here with us? Where is she? Is our patron in place? Of course she is here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take her at this time. Let's put our hands together and welcome Shania at this moment. Come on up and speak with us at this time. You can join her. You can join her, Mr. Keith. You can join her. Come on, let's hear it one more time for Shania.
minutes, this is some 12 seconds, some things are going on, and I'm going with themselves. The parish is them, and I'm going with themselves. I'm alone, I support everybody about this one, I'm kind of have a favorite. I'm from Westmoreland, I'm from Toronto. So I support both parishes, but Mr. St. Catherine are going with themselves. Mr. St. Thomas, Mr. St. Mary, Mr. St. Elizabeth, Mr. St. Anne, Mr. Kingston, Mr. Manchester, Maloma, Clarendon, which parish we miss? Portland, Mr. Mr. Tiny one from Portland on the end, and it was sweet. Guys, I'm so proud of everybody, everyone of the athletes so far. You have been doing great. I want to continue, keep motivated, continue doing your thing, because so far now, we're going to mash up the place. We're going to mash it up. I'm so proud of y'all. Bye.
Wow, come on, let's see what's going. I was just preparing to listen to her, but we have plans ahead. We're coming back to the ladies right after this. At this moment, we're going to be having the presentation of the tokens to the athlete, and Miss Banks, alright, Miss Banks is leading the charge with that along with the rest of the team. We're starting off with Karen, the parish of Clarendon. Coming up to Hanover, coming up to Kingston, coming up to Manchester. Right, so the presentation is going to be led by Ms. Banks, and the presentation will come along the line while we make our way now for the final event for the presentation of the awardees. Right, so we'll come back to the awardees right after that, as soon as Mr. Winston Robinson can join me, and we can do that presentation right after this. In the meantime, let's keep that march by song that they had before going while the presentation is being done. Let's use the same song that we used for the march past, and we will do that while the presentation is being done. So the presentation is being done at this time, and while that is happening, Mr. Winston Robinson has joined me. You know the guests as well, who are going to be presenting the awards later on, right? And we'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment in terms of the awards. This year, we're not just calling them up, they are coming under a particular category.
Featuring the Platinum Band, and this time we're gonna get funky. Everybody clap your hands. Clap your hands.
All right.
Clap your hands. All right, now we're gonna do the basic step.
The presentation.
Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's start. Left foot, let's start. Shot, real smooth.
So as we come along, as we indicated before, we have some students here. Students with special needs, and they are part of our parade today. And let me just bring that information up. Hope Valley Experimental, Canberra Court Special School. We have them from Ela Barkley Center of Excellence, and they're all represented here today. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. They're standing right here in the center with Big Lewis, who is coordinating their appearance here at the 41st staging of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletic Championships. So coming up next, after this, we're going to be having the awardees, and the award this year is named after a past chairman of the National Sports Committee, a long-time member. His name is none other. He has given over 30 years to the staging of this meet. Mr. Edwin Murray now deceased, but his memory lives on, and so the awardees, the award this year is named after him. So we have some persons that we're going to be calling up. Their profiles are in the magazine, you can read that. And we will do the presentation right after we have completed the presentation to the athletes. Keep the music going, keep the music going. We got about 5 more passions to go.
This is something new, the cast of Slide Part 2.
Celebrate with them, celebrate with them, celebrate with them in the sun, celebrate with them in the sun. Ladies and fellas, come on, it's the official opening ceremony. We're finishing in 6 minutes.
Clap your hands. Clap your hands. All right, now, we're going to do the basic step. To the right. Take it back now, y'all. What happened?
There's a picture more for the moment. Same tackle. Let's move on to some of this one. Let's hear it. Come on.
To the left. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One up this time. Right foot, let's go. Left foot, let's go. Cha-cha now, y'all. Last time we get funky. To the right now. To the left. Take it back,
All right. Yes, stand by me. We're getting to the end of the presentation.
Left foot, 2 steps. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Cha-cha, real smooth. Let's go to work. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 2 hops this time. 2 hops this time. Right foot, 2 steps.
All right.
2 steps. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees.
And they're receiving their token.
Come on. Cha-cha now, y'all. To the left. To the left. Take it back one side. 5 hops this time.
Good. Let's get for the presentation. Those who have already received, we're going to move them back to their stand. Around their way to completion. So, we're going to be coming your way in just a moment. And you're going to be going that direction. So if you receive your token, pay attention to that side, and you'll be given instructions. All right. So ladies and officers from Sagicor, they're working with the teams. Please pay attention to Jerry the Island and follow the instructions. So we're finished now with the presentation to the athletes. Westmoreland is the final team receiving their token. We're not done, we have the awardees to come. We're inviting our national chairman, Winston Robinson, to join me this time for the presentation. Along with our president of the show. Mr. Malava. Mr. Malava. J.T.A. President Malava. Right. So we're sending the students back to their area so that they can cool up for the next event on the track. So at this time, can you give us some music? Ladies and we're wrapping up the official opening ceremony with some awards named after Mr. Edwin Murray, and we're apologizing for the absence of his family here today. They really wanted to be here but couldn't make it, so they have sent their apologies. So at this time we're inviting our J.T.A. President and Mr. Winston Robinson to do the presentation as we announce the names. The profiles of these individuals are online, so you can go and read it on our website jta.org.jm, and you'll see the profiles of these persons in the magazine that we have presented. Let's welcome for the first presentation today, Jeffrey Britton. Jeffrey Britton. Out of the parish of St. Mary, Jeffrey Britton. Jeff, come on, a big round of applause for Jeffrey Britton. All right, Jeffrey Britton, let's put it together. It says Edwin G. Murray Award presented to Jeffrey Britton for outstanding contribution to the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, June 27, 2026. Come on, let's make a presentation. The next presentation will be done to Donovan Brown. Donovan Brown. Come on, let's hear for Donovan Brown. Let's hear for Donovan Brown. And it says, as I read it for you, it says, for Edwin G. Murray Award, presented to Donovan Brown for outstanding contribution to the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletic Championships, June 27. Come on, put your hands together for him. The third recipient this year, ladies and gentlemen, is Ron Elliott. Let's welcome Mr. Ron Elliott. Presentation being made by J.T.A. President Malava, assisted by Mr. Winston Robinson, National Chairman. Let's welcome Dwayne English. Dwayne English. Let's welcome Mr. English. Welcome by the National Chair. And of course, gentlemen, don't go too far. We're going to invite you back up for a single picture with all of you. Let's welcome Sarissa Jenkins. Out of Tulare. Come on, let's welcome Jenkins out of Tulare. Let's welcome Sarissa. And the chairman, give you a big hug for such an excellent award. Let's hear for her. Let's welcome Parker Robinson. be collected by Miss Cousins out of St. Mary. Let's welcome her. And next we have Balford Spoilings. Ransford Spoilings. Let's welcome him. I'm inviting all the recipients to come back for a full picture with their awards in hand, together. Inviting all the recipients to join us back here quickly, 2 minutes quickly. I'm inviting Nicole to join us over here for this photograph. All the recipients of the awards, please come back for a final photograph. Thank you so much. You can go back to Mr. Music and the track in just a moment. Announcers, thank you so much. Thank you those who joined us today. Thank you so much for being here. And the event continues. That was the official opening ceremony in the 41st staging of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships 2026. Mr. Britton, please come back here. Mr. Britton, where are you? I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. 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 Where's Mr. Britton? Mr. Britton, where are you? Mr. Britton, you needed in this photograph. Going once. Mr. Britton going twice. Mr. Britton going 3 times. This is true, and I owe it to you. Every time I never felt this way before, and I swear this is true, and I owe it to you. Alright, so we're back to the track now. All those who are now seated for the next activity on the track, you should be heading to the call room at this moment. All those who are seated for the next activity on the track, you should be by now by the call room or heading in that direction. We're back on track now with the other activities as we head to the close of the day. Thank you so much. In the meantime, inviting those of you who participated in the Shop But Open Boys event to come by trackside. They could keep that floor on the 9 boys. Please come at this time. Shop is open for boys. From Sagicor representative will be making the presentation. Let's welcome Gavin Murray from St. Mary.
Is here, the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Come see the future of Jamaica's track and field shine. Friday, June 26 and Saturday, June 27, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the National Stadium. Adults $500, students in uniform or school gear $300. Come cheer on your parish and meet our patron, world under 2200 meters silver medalist Shanoya Douglas. The J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, June 26 and 27. Don't miss it.
Hi, my name is Latoya. I'm Zuri's mom and I live to make her dreams possible. Zuri's proudest achievement in gymnastics has to be the competition that she won in Panama. It was her very first competition and she dominated and was able to bring home the gold. Shortly after returning from Panama, her knee slipped out at school, and after the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons said she had to do surgery. So the cost of the surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance and I had added supplemental health, so the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen. Shortly after returning from Panama, after school I picked her up one day and she told me that her knee slipped out at school. And when I felt her knee, it was very wobbly. And that's when I decided that something was not right, and I took her to see an orthopedic surgeon. And he said that there was something about her knee bone being very high, and he placed her in a knee brace. But then after the swelling went down, she became very timid. She did not want to take off the knee brace at all. It was very difficult to see my little girl moving from being energetic, excited about gymnastics and track, to this person that was so attached to the knee brace. But then her knee slipped out again, and this time it was swollen and she was in chronic pain to the point where I had to physically lift her to see him again. After the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons, both of her pediatricians, said she had to do surgery. So the cost of the surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. And that does not include the physiotherapy that she'd have to do, the continuous check that she'd have to do after she did the surgery. So it was a pretty penny. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance and I had added supplemental health that gave me additional coverage. I heard about Sagicor Life supplemental health at work, and when I looked at the benefits, it was pretty affordable, so it was a no-brainer. I had to sign up. With supplemental health insurance, the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. Having full coverage for the surgery meant everything to me. It was already a stressful time because it means that she would have had to go on under anesthesia, and that for any parent was very scary. But that burden of cost was not on my shoulder, so it made things a little easier. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health not only help your child, but it can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen.
What I'm most looking forward to when my knee gets better is just being myself, having fun, doing gymnastics, getting to one up and down.
Thanks to Sagicor Life, she will be able to.
Seven.
Catherine. So the one quickly up next. St. Catherine will lead by just 20.5. So 20.5 is the gap between St. Catherine and St. Andrew. If you remember last year, the gap between those two teams was less than 2 points. So that titanic battle from last year is repeating itself. Who will win that battle? We will find out in a couple of hours. So gentlemen, thank you so much. We're back at trackside, reminding the coordinators to send the representatives when we call for them to trackside for medal presentation. And we need them now for the shot put open for boys. The representation will be done, or the presentation now will be done by the Sagicor rep. So the Sagicor team, please send that individual to us. Let's welcome Gavin Murray. We need Gavin Murray, Jordan Weber, and Cody Anderson for the shot put open. Jaden Weber and Cody Anderson. And we also need the following persons for the cricket ball throw under 9 girls. J.T.A. is the presenter. Shaniel Allen, Naomi Bassett, and Odysseus Ellis. We have the cricket ball throw for under 9 boys. Cristiano Das, Rachel Jones, and Adisha Garwood. Please send them now to trackside. And make sure that they are in proper gear. No barefoot. They must have on some footwear. What's happening on the track, gentlemen?
Father's promise, a mother's lasting legacy.
Happy birthday, my beautiful one.
Cherished forever. Each year, passes. Protect, love remains.
Dad!
Legacy. Your love lives on with life insurance from Sagicor.
In a moment, when we come back to that, but we have, yes, the shot put open boys will be done by Sagicor. The representatives are Gavin Murray, Jordan Weber, and Cody Anderson. Make your way to trackside at this time. But once again, inviting the 80-meter dash. Students with special needs, make your way to the 80-meter dash right now, which is close to where I am, right? 210 for me, that's where you ought to be.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite our special need athletes, and I just want to make you aware that this event is the first of its kind in any Jamaican athletic event. So let me hear you make some noise! And so we want to cheer them on as they come and participate. Thank you. This is our final time for another presentation. For the shot put open doors, Gavin Murray, Jaden Weather, and Cody Anderson. Please make your way to the presentation area. Also, our cricket master on the line boys, Christine Pierce, Roger Jones, and Adisha Garland. Boys, please come now to the middle presentation area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Andrea P. Thomas is my trackside with me. Thank you, Andrea. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're standing by for the activity on the track. So, asking that the finish line persons be on the lookout for the students with special needs that will be coming down. As soon as they are complete, bring them over to the presentation area for us. So we're standing by for this event on the through the special needs. They're going to be running between the 80-week in a matter of seconds. So I've made my way down to the starting point, just to release for you. So in just a moment, we are so happy to be in this activity. So we have running out of lane 5. So running out of lane 7, we have Michaela. Alright, so we are standing by for the start. And so announcers, please pay attention to the updates that will come on the system in just a while with the athletes who are running in the various lanes.
So on track we have the special need girls, 80 meters. The 2, Jessica Lewis, 3, Khadija Ivy, 4, Leila Erskine, 5, Sanita Vassiana, and Shania Campbell, 7. And they're sent to their business, Leila Erskine in number 4. Look at Erskine going away from Campbell. So Leila Erskine, she will take the special need girls, 80 meters. Erskine stops the clock, 12.46 seconds. Top 46 is a touchdown for Leila Erskine as she brings the special needs. Girls, 80 meters. The constant time, the second round.
So remember, these are students with special needs. These are students with special needs, and we have invited them to be part of our meet this year. So celebrate with them, celebrate with them. This is a first for them. Come on, let's hear it for them, let's hear it for them.
So next we'll have the 80 meter special needs boys. They're sent about their business. A quick start from Nelson Poole. You go away from Thompson Gordon. So Shania Thompson. Stick away with this one. He will take the victory at 12.38 seconds. Actually, Justin Morrison, lane 4, getting the victory. 12.37 seconds. Sean Gordon second, 12.71. And in third, 13.08, Leonardo Thompson.
So we're now heading to the 100 meters, where those who have been so prepared to be here today. The 100 meters, and I can see males and females who will be running in this activity. These are students with special needs, and we want to welcome them and to be part of the 31st staging of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championship here at the National Stadium. While we're waiting on that, let me do and trust that by now all those athletes that we've called for medal presentation, that you would have been by track side, so we can do those medal presentation momentarily. Alright, so if you have not been there yet, please make your way over for those medal presentation to be done. It's now with our eyes focused on the track for the 100 meters with our special needs students.
So 3 athletes reporting for the special needs girls, 100 meters. In 3, Casey Copeland, 4, Atalia Taylor, and in 5, Amara Magoda. So the girls for the 100 meter special needs, you're on your way. Looking at number 3. A brilliant start, stepping away from Taylor Magoda. The girls share the lines, they make their way to the line. 14:58, the flash time. So the 100 meters for special needs boys in 3, Jalen Williams, 4, Ruben Reynolds in 5, Kevin Coleman, 6, Junior Brightly, 7, AJ Alexander in 8, Carter Smith. So they're off for the 100 meters for the special needs boys. Running around the outside in 8, that's Smith. Smith steps away from Williams in lane 3. With Williams to the goal, going back to the front. Smith brings, stopping the clock at 13.75 seconds. So Carter Smith, the winner, 13.75. Second, Jaden Williams, 14.83. And Ruben Reynolds, 14.47 seconds. That's the top 3, negative 0.8 meters per second going speed.
Medal presentation, please. Let's do the medal presentation now. We move on to the next event coming up on the track in just a moment. So we're standing by. We are asking Dr. Richards is going to be doing the presentation at this time for the J.T.A. So we'll be doing so quickly, then we can go back to the track momentarily. We have the boys and girls here for the presentation. Alright, so we're starting now. Ladies, are you ready? Are you ready for the medal presentation? And we're going to be, our president, our national president is here, so we're going to be switching places and asking him to do the medal presentation. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going. So we're going to be making some presentations. A little bit now. Presentation for special needs. Students with special needs. Students with special needs. Right? Students with special needs. That we're going to be doing the presentation this time. Asking that two gentlemen assist with the banner by the side of the field. Center field. Alright, so, ladies and gentlemen, because you've lost your time, so we're going to go to the track. Let's go to the track and we'll come back with the medal presentation. Over to the track, gentlemen.
So the next event on track is the 150 for under 9 girls. The gun sends them off and running now for the under 9 girls. Let's see as they make the run around the bend. It's lane number 6, St. Thomas, who has the advantage now. Let's see if she can hold it. Lane number 6, that's Carissa clacking out St. Thomas. She is being challenged by Williams of St. Andrew. Williams of St. Andrew takes it. Ahead of Clackin. Clackin was going for the double, but that double was taken from her grasp by Alicia Williams of St. Andrew with 22.96. Clackin in second. St. Catherine's Dominique Seaborn was third. So the time for Alicia Williams comes back at 22.96 with the wind speed negative 1.1. Clackin second 23.10. Seaborn third 24.42. So in terms of the championship connotations, St. Andrew winning that battle, and they cut the gap just a little bit on St. Catherine. The gap now, by my calculations, less than 20 points. That was the under 9 girls, 150. So the under 9 boys, 150 is up next. Let's give you the lineup. We have Andre Davis of St. Anne in 8, Jaden McLean of St. Catherine 7, Damien Hamilton of St. Catherine 6, Shaquan Cole of St. Elizabeth 5, Kaylin Brady, St. Elizabeth 4, in 5, Nicholas Miller of Trelawney, Joshua Trail of Trelawney in 2, and Liam Drysdale of St. Andrew in 1. That's the lineup as they go to their marks now. And the gun. There's a break at the start. So a break at the start there. We go again. The gun sends them off and running now. History beckons for these youngsters. Lane number 4 gets out to a good start. That's Brady of St. Elizabeth on in 1. That's Liam Drysdale of St. Andrew going well. The 2 from St. Catherine start to step now. That's Hamilton and McLean. But on the inside, Drysdale has it. It's McLean though who's going to take it for St. Catherine. Jaden McLean of St. Catherine takes it. His teammate Hamilton might just be there for second, and he is. So Jaden McLean of St. Catherine 22.94 into a negative 3.0 headwind. Hamilton of St. Catherine is second. So St. Catherine 1, 2, 16 big points there for St. Catherine. Liam Drysdale of St. Andrew third with 23.20. So St. Catherine making another move. So first of all, let's get to the chats to see what's happening. with you guys in the chat. As Mark Malava is doing the presentation, medal presentation. So 684 folks watching, 423 likes. Want to get a few more likes going. So please remember to like, share, and subscribe. So like, share, and subscribe so we can get those likes over 1,000 as medal presentation being made.
And they were followed by the boys. In third position, we have Shamada Thompson. In second position, Deshaun Gordon. And in first position, Justin Morrison. Back to the top again. Next event on track is the final of the U11 girls.
So under 11 girls 200 meters is up next. So under 11 girls 200 meters is the next event on track. Let's give you the lineup for that. We'll have it in a second. So the lineup is as follows for the under 11 girls 200 meters final. Anissa Spencer, St. Elizabeth 8, Amelia Duncan, St. Catherine 7, Shaquina Pusey of St. Andrew 6, Khadijah Watson of St. Thomas in 5, St. Davis of Manchester 4, Daniela Lewis of Manchester in 3, Aquacia Henry of Trelawney in 2, and Amira Minot of Portland in 1. The gun sends them off and running now. Let's see how this one shakes out. On the outside, Duncan is going well. Pusey is also going well. On her inside, that's Watson of St. Thomas. Watson of St. Thomas is moving well. But here comes Pusey. Pusey finds another gear and moves away from Watson. It's St. Andrew via Pusey who wins it. And the flash time 28.99 there for Pusey, the wind speed negative 2.1, and St. Andrew they reply now with another victory. So it's been St. Andrew, St. Catherine, and then St. Andrew in terms of the victories. Khadijah Watson of St. Thomas in second, it's 29.92. Amelia Duncan of St. Catherine 30.43 in third. So Pusey and Watson finished 1-2 in the 100 and 1-2 in the 200 meters. That's the under 11 girls 200 meters is done and dusted. Next we'll have the 200 meters.
The 800 meters girls and the boys were needed at the ballroom now. Competitors, 800 meters finals girls and
the 200 meters for under 11 boys 200 meters is up next. So let's give you the lineup for that event. So we start with lane 8, Jaden Pick of St. Elizabeth in 8, Javante Henry of St. Andrew in 7, Jaden McFarlane of St. James in 6, DeJohn Robinson of St. Thomas in 5, Amari Cunningham in 4, is from St. Anne. As a gun sends him off and running. Lane at number 7, Javante Henry being challenged, but it's in the man in 4 who's going strongly. That's Cunningham. Amari Cunningham of St. Anne, who is leading. Amari Cunningham being challenged by McFarlane of St. James. Cunningham, McFarlane, St. James defeated by St. Anne. It's Amari Cunningham of St. Anne who wins it. So Amari Cunningham of St. Anne wins it at 28.16. The wind speed negative 2.9. Robinson of St. Thomas in second, 28. Well, let's wait on that one. Let's wait on that one. So Jaden McFarlane of St. James second, 28.33, and Javonte Henry of St. Andrew third, 28.40. Quintina of Trelawney fourth with 29.58. The under 13 girls are up next. So under 13 girls up next. And the under 13 girls will feature yet another special athlete. Well, we'll feature a special athlete. We've been featuring her. We actually did an interview with her father, Ariana Lewis. So the father of Ariana Lewis did the interview, just to be clear. So we'll start the lineup with the lane number 8. Lane number 8 representing Manchester. That's Anika Jamison. Lane number 7 representing St. Elizabeth. Tanelia Jackson. Lane 6 representing St. Andrew. Ariana Lewis. Lane 5 representing St. Thomas. Kelisa Burke. Lane number 4 representing Portland. Shakelia Lingard. Lane number 3 representing St. Mary. Tiara Burke. Lane number 2 representing St. Thomas, Catelia Roberts and Shaquilla Scott of Manchester and 1. As a gun sends them off and running. Ariana Lewis gets out to a poor start. On the outside, Jackson is going well. That's Jameson actually of Manchester going well. But Ariana Lewis now takes command. Here comes Ariana Lewis of St. Andrew. Ariana Lewis in the orange spike is moving away from them. Ariana Lewis takes it. 27.02 there for Ariana Lewis of St. Andrew. Her father told you she was a dedicated, she is a dedicated athlete, and she was dedicated to the win there to score as many points for St. Andrew as she could. She won with 27.09 with the wind speed of negative 1.8. Roberts of St. Thomas second with 27.72. Jackson third, 27.80. The point standings are very interesting at this point. As the under 13 boys, 200 meters is up next. We have Adane Gordon, the 400 champion in 8. Kimiko Gale. By the way, Adane Gordon is from Westmoreland, is in 8. Kimiko Gale of St. Catherine in 7. Nikhil Parchment of St. Catherine in 6. Marian Campbell of Westmoreland in 5. Javier Thomas of St. Andrew 4. Dominic Lewis of Trelawney in 3. Corey Kai Robertson of Kingston in 2. And Giovanni Bouch of St. Thomas in 1. As the athletes are asked to stand, a reminder of what happened. Under 13 boys, 100 meters. Grant won. Campbell was second and Parchment third. The gun sets them off now for the final of the under 13 boys 200 meters. And let's see who makes the first move. Might be Kimiko Gale in 8, but it's the man Omarion Campbell of Westmoreland who has the advantage. Omarion Campbell is moving away. Kimiko Gale on the outside as well as Odin Gordon. It's Westmoreland 1-2. It's Westmoreland 1-2. Campbell and Gordon. Omani Campbell and Odin Gordon finish 1-2 for Westmoreland. So Omani Campbell of Westmoreland 25.65, Odin Gordon of Westmoreland 25.82. They finish 1-2 for Westmoreland. Kimiko Gale of St. Catherine in third, 26.01. Mikhail Parchment of St. Catherine fourth, 26.08. And it's Westmoreland 1-2. Man who finished third in the 100 meters, winning the 200 meters.
The under 15 girls are on top for their chance at gold in the 200 meters. In lane 8, Christina O'Connor of St. Patrick. In 7, Eleanor Clark of Westmoreland. Lane 6, Taylor Edwards of Portland.
So the under 15 boys. Sorry, the under 15 girls are up next. So we have Christina O'Connor of St. Catherine in 8, Mara Clark of Westmoreland 7, Kayla Edwards of Portland 6, Elisa Salmon of St. Elizabeth 5, Alia Royal of St. Catherine 4, Esther Brown of Trelawney in 3, Michaela Jackson, Portland 2, and Zavilia Stevenson, St. Andrew in 1. Let's see who makes that first move. Lane 3 might be Esther Brown of Trelawney. Also going well in lane number 7. That's Clark of Westmoreland. Is it going to be back-to-back victories for Westmoreland? It's Clark of Westmoreland who is moving away from them. Westmoreland, the West is here. Clark of Westmoreland takes it. 27.74. Back-to-back victories there for Westmoreland, and the Westmoreland crowd right next to me, they start to go wild. It's Westmoreland who is sprinting away with the victories here. A reminder that the Klein twins are from Westmoreland. They represented Westmoreland right at these championships, and their Westmoreland team is doing a fantastic job here. Clark winning with 27.81, the wind speed negative 2.7. Edwards is second, 28.93. So Clark Westmoreland 27.81, Edwards of Portland 28.93, O'Connor of St. Catherine third 28.98. Let's move now to the under 15 boys 200 meters. Under 15 boys, 200 meters, we have Avera Cameron. Well, let's start with Marion Finnegan of St. Anne in 8, Avera Cameron of St. Mary in 7, Sean McLeod of St. Andrew 6, Sean Smith of St. Andrew in 5, Ramesh Tomlinson, St. Elizabeth 4, Aver Morrison of Morris, St. Anne in 3, Karen Bookham, St. Catherine in 2, and Tedrick Brown of Trelawney in 1. So the gun sends him off and running. Lane 7, that's Cameron of St. Mary, gets a good start. Averio Cameron of St. Mary is going to work here. It's McLeod on the inside. It's from St. Andrew, who blows by Cameron now. Does Cameron have anything else? Averio Cameron of St. Mary. Look at St. Andrew with Smith as well. And one of the St. Andrew athletes go down, but Rashawn Smith of St. Andrew wins it. McLeod went down. That is unfortunate to see. Two athletes are on the track looking to have sustained some kind of injury. I want to remind the folks that it is extremely hot in Kingston, and so you have to remain hydrated, must remain hydrated, because it is hot. So Rashawn Smith of St. Andrew, 25.34 winning. Avera Cameron of St. Mary second. Brown of Trelawney third. So Smith of St. Andrew winning 25.34. Cameron of St. Mary in second, 25.64. Brown of Trelawney third, 26.32. Morris of St. Anne fourth, 26.33. So we're going to take a break. So we'll take a break and be back with you in time for the 800 meters.
Just a little girl, but I have big dreams. And one day, all my dreams are going to come true.
That's why I'm glad Mommy opened a Sagicor Bank Star Savers account for me.
It's the best gift she could ever give me. Because one day I won't be little anymore. And my small savings are going to grow big.
I even got my own debit card.
Give your child a gift that will grow. Open a Sagicor Bank Star Savers account today.
His promise. A mother's lasting legacy.
Happy birthday, my beautiful one.
Cherished forever. Each year passes. Protection of love remains.
Dad!
Legacy received. Your love lives on with life insurance from Sagicor.
Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157.
J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Come see the future of Jamaica's track and field shine. Friday, June 26 and Saturday, June 27, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the National Stadium. Adults $500. Students in uniform or school gear $300. Come cheer on your parish and meet our patron, world under 2200 meters silver medalist Shanoya Douglas. The J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, June 26 and 27. Don't miss it.
Hi, my name is Latoya. I'm Zuri's mom and I live to make her dreams possible. Zuri's proudest achievement in gymnastics has to be the competition that she won in Panama. It was her very first competition and she dominated and was able to bring home the gold. Shortly after returning from Panama, her knee slipped out at school, and after the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons said she had to do surgery. So the cost of the surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance and I had added supplemental health. So the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen. Shortly after returning from Panama, after school I picked her up one day and she told me that her knee slipped out at school. And when I felt her knee, it was very wobbly. And that's when I decided that something was not right, and I took her to see an orthopedic surgeon. And he said that there was something about her knee bone being very high, and he placed her in a knee brace. But then after the swelling went down, she became very timid. She did not want to take off the knee brace at all. It was very difficult to see my little girl moving from being energetic, excited about gymnastics and track, to this person that was so attached to the knee brace. But then her knee slipped out again, and this time it was swollen and she was in chronic pain to the point where I had to physically lift her to see him again. After the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons, both of her pediatricians, said she had to do surgery. So the cost of the surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. And that does not include the physiotherapy that she'd have to do, the continuous check that she'd have to do after she did the surgery. So it was a pretty penny. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance and I had added supplemental health that gave me additional coverage. I heard about Sagicor Life supplemental health at work, and when I looked at the benefits, it was pretty affordable, so it was a no-brainer. I had to sign up. With supplemental health insurance, the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. Having full coverage for the surgery meant everything to me. It was already a stressful time because it means that she would have had to go on under anesthesia, and that for any parent was very scary. But that burden of cost was not on my shoulder, so it made things a little easier. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health not only help your child, but it can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen.
What I'm most looking forward to when my knee gets better is just being myself, having fun, doing gymnastics, getting to one up and down.
Thanks to Sagicor Life, she will be able to.
We're back for the 800 meters, the open 800 meters for girls. Let's give you the lineup. We have lane number 8, Dominique Williams of Portland. Lane number 7, Tianique Dunn of Manchester. Lane 6, the 1200 champion, Javanique Breckenridge. In 5, Teresa Josephs of St. Catherine. Christine Kennedy of Portland is in 4. In 3 is Ashana Wright of St. Elizabeth. In 2, Trisake Bruce of St. Elizabeth. Michaela Campbell of St. Anne is in 1. So the gun sends him off and running, and Travanique Breckenridge already goes to the front. She presses hard for the first 100 meters. Travanique Breckenridge, this is her style. She likes to front run. She likes to ask them to come and chase her. And it's Teresa Josephs of St. Catherine who's in 2nd, and then Manchester, that's done in 3rd. So as the first 200 meters is done and dusted, it's Travanique Breckenridge, the 1200 champion, who has the lead. Dunn is passed now by Joseph's of St. Catherine. I thought Dunn was challenging for a second there, but it's Trevanique Breckenridge who comes into the straightaway now for St. Andrew. Big points on top here as Trevanique Breckenridge leads. Dunn of Manchester is in second as they come to the final 400 meters now. Breckenridge, the 1200 champion, continues to lead. Looks like Dunn in second, Joseph's in third, might just be Rakelia Campbell of St. Anne in fourth. Let's see as they go to the final 300 meters. It's Trevanique Breckenridge ahead of Dunn, ahead of Joseph's. Can they make a move down the backstretch? Trevanique Breckenridge makes a little move of her own as they come now to the marker with signals 200 meters to go. It's Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew who has the advantage. Dunn of Manchester is in second, then Joseph's of St. Catherine. Less than 200 meters to go, about 150 now, and it's Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew who has the lead. Dunn of Manchester is second, Joseph's of St. Catherine third, and she steps on the accelerator in the home stretch. It's Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew who is going away from Dunn of Manchester. It's going to be a St. Andrew victory in the open 800 meters for girl. Trevanique Breckenridge is going to come to the line now to winning. Trevanique Breckenridge, there's a mad sprint on now, and Joseph goes into second ahead of Dunn. Dunn will come through for third, and it might be Kennedy of Portland there in fourth. I'll confirm that in a second. But no doubting the winner, Breckenridge. So Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew wins it, 2 minutes 30.15. They have done a second. Pretty sure that was Joseph's in second. So we'll await the confirmation. But no doubting who won it. Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew taking the double, the middle distance double, the 1200 earlier, and now the 800 meters. She's a double champion. They still have, well, they've changed it now, and they have Teresa Josephs of St. Catherine in second at 2 minutes 35. 2 minutes 35.83. They have Kennedy as third, but I'm sure that was done. They change it now and put Dunn of Manchester third, 2 minutes 36.44. Kennedy of Portland was indeed fourth at 2 minutes 37.18. Rakelia Campbell of St. Anne, fifth, 2 minutes 40.80. Next up is the boys event, the boys 800 meters, and an opportunity for another double to be done. After the 800 meters, it's going to be the relays. We'll have some special invitational relays, and then we'll go to the under 9 girls and boys, then under 11, then under 13, then under 15. So 8 4x1s, and then the medleys. So 10 events in total to come in terms of, well, after this to come in terms of these championships and 2 invitational. So 12 races in total. So let's give you the lineup. We have Sadiq McKenzie, St. Elizabeth 8, Khalil West of Portland who finished second in the 1200 meters in 7, Vashan Kennedy, St. Elizabeth 6, Abari Barrett of Trelawney in 5, the favorite, the 1200 champion, Jamar Amos of St. Catherine in 4, Sean Robinson of Kingston in 3, Kevin Lee of Clarendon in 2, and Keneal Ellis of St. Andrew will occupy lane number 1. So the gun sends him away, and already Jamar Amos is sprinting to get to the front. He looks to have done that now. He's just ahead of Robinson of Kingston. The man from St. Andrew. Ellis is also there as they make the break. Amos continues to lead. He likes to lead. Jamar Amos, 200 meters gone now, and Jamar Amos is ahead of a pack of athletes. Jabari Barrett of Trelawney might be there as well, but it's Jamar Amos of St. Catherine who leads them into the straightaway, and there's a fall there for the man from St. Elizabeth. That is Kennedy, but Jamar Amos has no concern about that. It's Jamar Amos ahead of Sean Robinson of Kingston. 1 minute 08 on the clock as Jamar Amos goes through the first 400 meters. Jamar Amos wants to get the double, and he's getting it done here with just about 500 meters gone. It's Jamar Amos ahead of Sean Robinson of Kingston. Barrett of Trelawney in third. Is there a move being made down the backstretch? Here it might be Kennedy of St. Elizabeth. And up front with less than 200 meters to go, it's Jamar Amos ahead of Sean Robinson. Robinson looks strong though. He looks like he has lots of sprinting left. Jamar Amos ahead of Sean Robinson. St. Catherine versus Kingston as they turn the bend and head into the home stretch. It's Jamar Amos versus Sean Robinson of Kingston. St. Catherine versus Kingston. It's St. Catherine with Jamar Amos who leads Sean Robinson of Kingston. He points at him. Does Jamar Amos? He has enough strength, enough time to do that. Jamar Amos says to Sean Robinson, "What are you doing, young man? Don't you know I am the #1 man at the middle distances at this level?" Jamar Amos, ever the showman. He likes it. Jamar Amos was built for this event. The man from St. Catherine getting the double done. Jamar Amos from St. Catherine getting it done. So 2 minutes 17.60 for Jamar Amos to win. Sean Robinson second, 2 minutes 19.53. Ellis of St. Andrew came through for third with 2 minutes 24.8, 2 minutes 24.28. West of Portland fourth, 2 minutes 25.66. Barrett of Trelawney fifth, 2 minutes 27.62. Let's see what the folks are saying about cornbread. Cornbread, one cornbread panda app, aka Amos. So his name is no longer Jamar Amos, it's no cornbread. You know that name from primary champs. A man from Spanish Town. Jamar Amos. Representing St. Catherine. He's a showman, he is. When he broke the record at primary champs, took off his shirt, was on the track, hands to the sky, and was entertaining the crowd and having lots of fun. So I hear the announcement going out that it's hot inside the National Stadium and the athletes should be drinking water. That is an understatement. It's extremely hot, and we've seen a couple of athletes going down. I'm not sure if it's cramp or what it is, but it is extremely hot here in Kingston. You need to be drinking water, and lots of it. As the West Indies, they've lost their 6th wicket. They're 589 for 6. Amir Janku, the man who made a double century, so his first 50 came in this match, his first 100 came in this match, first 150 came in the match, and the first double 100 came in the match. So before now he had never scored a test 50, and he ends the innings on 233. He's never ever been here in test cricket before, and he ends on 233. Captain Ruston Chase is still there, and Alzari Josephs has come to the crease and has been on the charge with a 6 and a 4 so far. I want to support Ruston Chase, who's on 182 for 9. But again, the West Indies, they're probably looking to insert the Sri Lankans. So you want to get over 300 lead first of all, and then look to insert the Sri Lankans. They're 18 runs away from that, and Royston Chase is 18 runs away from his double century.
So in third place, from St. Catherine, listen at the sign, Jamaica Foster. Second place, goes to Otisha Powell of St. Elizabeth. Come on, son, make some noise. That's Otisha Powell of St. Elizabeth. And our sponsors for this event, as I said before, is Jamaica Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Presenter, General Manager, Mr. Robert Ramsey. And number 1, first place, goes to Tiara Bird of St. Mary. And then next video presentation, we invite next presentation.
Boy, there's a little break now.
Alright, so for our cricket matches, main presentation, we invite the following: Maria Edwards of St. Anne, Akeelia Waters from Clarendon, and Casey Andy of Trelawney. Coaches, please send the athletes for the medal presentation, please. Thank you very much to Jamaica Teachers Cooperative Credit Union and to the General Manager for his presentation, Mr. Robert Ramsey. And the Prime Minister one comment on the upper where is Clarendon. Or is it real sun catching from the up? Where are the sun catching people?
Promise. A mother's lasting legacy.
Happy birthday, my beautiful one.
Cherished forever. Each year passes. Protection of love remains.
Dad!
Legacy received. Your love lives on with life insurance from Sagicor.
But I have big dreams, and one day all my dreams are going to come true. That's why I'm glad Mommy opened a Sagicor Bank Star Savings account for me. It's the best gift she could ever give me, because one day I won't be little anymore, and my small savings are going to grow big. I even got my debit card. Give your a gift that will grow. Open a Sagicor Bank Star Savings account today.
Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157.
Here, the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Come see the future of Jamaica's track and field shine. Friday, June 26 and Saturday, June 27, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the National Stadium. Adults $500, students in uniform or school gear $300. Come cheer on your parish and meet our patron, world under 2200 meters silver medalist Shanoya Douglas. The J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, June 26 and 27. Don't miss it.
Hi, my name is Latoya. I'm Zuri's mom and I live to make her dreams possible. Zuri's proudest achievement in gymnastics has to be the competition that she won in Panama. It was her very first competition and she dominated and was able to bring home the gold. Shortly after returning from Panama, her knee slipped out at school, and after the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons said she had to do surgery. So the cost of the surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance and I had added supplemental health, so the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen. Shortly after returning from Panama, after school I picked her up one day and she told me that her knee slipped out at school. And when I felt her knee, it was very wobbly. And that's when I decided that something was not right, and I took her to see an orthopedic surgeon. And he said that there was something about her knee bone being very high, and he placed her in a knee brace. But then after the swelling went down, she became very timid. She did not want to take off the knee brace at all. It was very difficult to see my little girl.
So 4 schools, St. Teresa's 8, Mount St. Joseph's 7, Drumnobin 4, and Our Lady of the Angels in 2, and lane number 7, that's Mount St. Joseph's, who go out to a hard start. They have the advantage over the first 100 meters. The team from Manchester is away on the second leg. It's Mount St. Joseph's. Can we see Dunrobin Christian Academy make an impact? How about Our Lady of the Angels? But it's Mount St. Joseph's who is off and running. Issues there for Our Lady of the Angels. And Mount St. Joseph's in 7 is going away. St. Teresa's is trying to make a move, but it's all about Mount St. Joseph's. Mount St. Joseph's is away, and they're going to win this one. Mount St. Joseph's will win the Prep School Girls Open Invitational, and they win it in 53.69. Well, that's a flash time. Dunrobin Christian Academy looks to finish second, with St. Teresa's third and Our Lady of the Angels fourth. So 53.71 there for Mount St. Joseph's. Dunrobin Christian Academy second, St. Teresa's third in 56.88. Our Lady of the Angels fourth, 59.57. Dunrobin Christian Academy, their second place time was 55.99. So that's done and dusted. So we're actually a little bit ahead of the schedule now. So next up is the Prep Schoolboys Open Invitational. That should take place at 3:35. It's 3:26 now, so we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So we might get out of here before 5 p.m. Let's look at the schedule. So the 4x100 meters, fast and furious every 5 minutes until we get to 4:30, and then we have a 15-minute break, and then we close out at just about 4:55. So let's go to the Prep School boys.
Box 1 is ready. So to box 2 and box 3. Mr. Sato, over to you.
I'm seeing 4 teams out there, but I'm hearing 3 teams reporting. So we have in 1 St. Teresa's Prep, Our Lady of the Angels in 5. Don Robin Christian Academy in 7.
And St. Teresa in 1.
Yes, it is indeed 3 schools. My eyes were deceiving me for a second there. So only 3 schools. So after this relay, only 10 more scoring events will be left. And look at that medal, at that points table. Let's give you the lineup again. Don Robin Christian Academy 7, Our Lady of the Angels 5, St. Teresa's in 1. The gun sends them off and running now. And Our Lady of the Angels gets a good start. Our Lady of the Angels look as if they're tracking Don Robin Christian Academy. In lane 1, St. Teresa's have absolutely ran away with the baton, and there's a yellow flag that goes up. But Our Lady of the Angels is continuing to power away in lane number 5. Our Lady of the Angels running a stirring bench here. It's Our Lady of the Angels who is ahead of the other 2 schools. It's Our Lady of the Angels final exchange now, and they are away. Our Lady of the Angels with a massive lead, and they're going to win this one. Our Lady of the Angels will take the Prep School boys open 4x100 meters. St. Teresa's on the inside in second, and then Don Robin Christian Academy. The flash time for Our Lady of the Angels, 53.99. We'll await the confirmed time. So confirmed time for Our Lady of the Angels, 54.08. St. Teresa's second, 56.80. Don Robin third, 58.53. So 10 more races to come.
The final 4, the underlying girls, 4x100 meters. That event should get away at 3:55.
Alright.
So
Another presentation for the 55th underage girls is on the way, and represented by Sagicor.
News is the West Indies have lost their 7th wicket. They're 599 for 7. They lead by 291. Captain Ruston Chase is 184 not out. Where are the free relays? Where are played?
And in first place, the young lady from Trinity, a Tracy Henry.
Yeah, oh, really is now. What you want?
Following this presentation, we also
You want to rotate every other one?
Alright,
so we rotate every other one. So you, after one, you just rotate, come down, rotate, come. Yeah, give them the point standing?
Or, no, we read per class.
Per class. And then for the final two, switch back and forth for them. You want to do the we do the final one, carry card. So we do the final one. You need replay?
Once again, the kitchen down here, and the 11 days.
Hold on, you don't want to go back here.
St. Mary, the Maria McDonald, St. Catherine, and Shane Robinson of St. Elizabeth.
Let me put it in, because I don't want to say it to panic.
Thank you very much.
So 10 more events to come, and as I say that the West Indies, they moved to 600 now. When's the last time the West Indies made 600? It's been a while, but let's get back to the track and field. The news is 10 more events to come. Let's give you the point standings. 14th position on 10 points, Clarendon. 13th position on 14.5 points, Hanover. 12th position on 41.5 points, Manchester. 11th position on 49 points, Kingston. Top 10. In 10th position on 51 points, St. James. Well, there's a change. And St. James, they go to 55 points. 9th position on 64 points, Trelawney. 8th position on 68 points, St. Mary. 7th position on 80 points, Westmoreland. 6th position on 98 points, St. Anne. Top 5 now. 5th position on 109 points, St. Thomas. 4th position on 121.5 points, Portland. 3rd position on 138 points, St. Elizabeth. Top 2 now on 198.5 points, St. Andrew. And leading on 211 points, it's defending champions, Kingston. So Kingston, they lead by 21.5 points with 10 events to come. So 10 more events to come, all relays, 10 relays.
Representative from the J.T.A Corporate Union to make the presentation for the Boogie Ball under 11 boys.
The under 9 girls is up next. Then the under 9 boys. Just looking through the 10 events to see where St. Andrew is, where St. Catherine is. So far, looks like they're represented in pretty much all the relays. Well, the under 13 boys, St. Andrew is not there and St. Catherine is. So St. Catherine will be in 10 of 10 relays. St. Andrew will be in 9 of 10. They won't be in the under 13 boys. 4x100 meters. St. Catherine will be there. So in terms of the events left, it's St. Catherine who has the advantage. One more relay or one more event than St. Andrew. And they also have a 21.5 point lead at the top of the table. So it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. Anything can happen in the relays. But St. Catherine, all they have to do is hold serve to retain their title.
And we will now proceed with the cricket ball throw and the 11 boys presentation.
Before you start off the 4x1s, let's give you the point standing. In 14th position and 10 points, Clarendon. Hanover with 14.5 points. They are in 13th place. In 12th position with 41.5 points. Manchester in 11th position and 49 points. Kingston now for the top 10. In 10th position and 55 points. St. James in 9th position and 64 points. Trelawney in 8th position and 68 points. St. Mary, 7th position and 80 points. Westmoreland in 6th position and 98 points. St. Anne now for the top 5. In 5th position with 109 points. St. Thomas in 4th position with 121.5 points. Portland now for the top 3. In 3rd, 138 points. Red basketball, St. Elizabeth. Only 21.5 points separating the top 2. In 2nd, 189.5 points. St. Andrew, which means the leaders, on 211 points. The defending champions, St. Catherine. So across the point standings, with 10 more events to be contested, and J number 2 of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championship for 2026. We'll kick start the relays with the girls on the 9.
So the girls on the 9 4x100 meters is out on track. Lane number 8, they come in with a time of 51.59. They'll be represented by Rashir Hunter, Adele Facey, Noel Roberts, and El Toro Davy. That's St. Anne in lane number 8. Lane number 7, they'll come in with a qualifying time of 51.30. They will be represented by Giselle Howell, Khalil Morgan, Benjamin. Well, this is a boy, so let's go to the girl. My apologies. So the girls will start with lane number 8. They come in with a time of 1 minute 03.96. They'll be represented by Amelia Reed, Mahara Payne, Dominique Seaborn, and Salome Mitchell. Lane number 7, they come in with a time of 1 minute 03.92. They'll be represented by Tristan Pearson, Nicaela Shim, Akelia Murray, and Liliana Kidd, St. Mary. Lane number 5, they come in with a time of 1 minute 03.88. They'll be represented by Samoya Francis, Brenna Prawl, Athena Parchment, and Kalisha Stanberry. In lane number 5, that's Kingston in 6, by the way. Lane number 5, they come in with a qualifying time of 1 minute 01.74. Tissia Williams, Denise Rogers, Kevinique White, and Resnia Cousins will represent Portland in 5. In 4, that's St. Andrew. In 3, Trelawney. Lane number 2, Westmoreland. Lane 1, St. Thomas. So it's St. Catherine 8, St. Mary in 7, Kingston in 6, Portland 5, St. Andrew 4, Trelawney 3, Westmoreland 2, and 1, St. Thomas. And there's a break at the start. And lane number 8, that was St. Catherine. She was determined to run her full race, even though the gun was going off and everyone was shouting, stop, 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 stop. She made it away about halfway around the bend.
Trelawney 4, St. Andrew 5, Portland 6, Kingston 7, St. Mary, and in lane 8, St. Catherine. Right at a minute 0.24, so we'll be watching that one closely.
On your mark.
So we go second time of asking now. And let's see on the outside, St. Catherine gets a good start. Also going well, it's Kingston. It's St. Catherine and Kingston over the first leg. The athlete for St. Catherine runs away, leaving the baton, and there's a massive yellow flag. Kingston takes command now. It's Kingston also going well. That looks to be St. Andrew. We'll have to look at that first leg for St. Catherine as Kingston and St. Andrew on St. Catherine's inside is making up ground. Portland is also there. It's St. Andrew, Portland, and Kingston in the mix-up. It's St. Andrew on the inside who has the advantage. St. Andrew and Portland. Portland goes ahead of St. Andrew. And let's see as they come to the line. St. Andrew is second to Portland. Portland is going to take it. St. Andrew in second. Kingston third. St. Catherine in fourth. But there will be some reviews on that first leg for St. Catherine. Might very well be important points. But I can confirm Portland the winners. 1:01.50. St. Andrew second. 1:01.97. Kingston third at 1:02.80. And won't say what happened beyond that because that first leg for St. Catherine, flags were being raised and flashed all about as the outgoing runner had completed about 20 meters of her leg before the baton was passed. So the under 9 boys are up next as we try to sort that out. The under 9 boys 4x100 meters see St. Anne in 8. They come in with a qualifying time of 1 minute 02.47. They are represented by Ajani Taylor, Renita McHaw, Zondre Davis, and Keyshawn Hannigan. Lane number 7, they come in with a qualifying time of 1 minute 00.25. They'll be represented by Jeremiah Brown, Mario Smith, Kahir Roberts, and Liam Drysdale, St. Andrew. In lane number 6, they come in with a qualifying time of 1 minute 01.99. They'll be represented by Dasani Gooden, Romain Gale, Trevane Williams, and Ronaldo James. That is St. James. Lane number 5, they come in with a qualifying time of 1 minute 00.38. They'll be represented by Rosane Beckford, Jaden McLean, Damian Hamilton, and Demoy Henry, St. Catherine. Lane number 4, they'll be coming in with a time of 1 minute 01.16. They'll be represented by Dakeem McGivey, Asevo McGrath, Kamar White, and Draquan Chung, St. Thomas. Lane number 3, they come in with a time of 1 minute 02.72. They'll be represented by Chad Martin, Shequan Cole, Akil Walters, and Kyle Brady. That's St. Elizabeth. Lane number 2, they'll be represented by Hassani McClub, Joshua Trail, Ashani Dixon, Nicholas Miller. They come in with a qualifying time of 1 minute 02.92. That's Trelawney. Lane number 1, they'll be represented by Nehemiah Palmer, Jaden Swaby, Alvin Pennant, and Kemar Reed. They come in with a qualifying time of 1 minute 02.76, and it's Clarendon. So all 8 teams out there. And the athletes themselves pointing out there, it's a faulty start there. Man in 4 saying, look at that, look at that, look at that. It's a man from St. Thomas. So let's go again. It's St. Anne, St. Andrew, St. James, St. Catherine, St. Thomas, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, and Clarendon. So the gun sends them off and running successfully this time. And on the outside is St. Anne, who gets out to a good start. It's St. Anne also going well. That looks like St. Catherine in 5. The exchanges are made safe now. And on the outside, St. Anne is storming. Also St. Andrew, St. Catherine trying to make a move now on this second leg. Let's see as St. Catherine and St. Andrew battling out for championship honors. On the outside, St. Anne continues to go. On the inside, St. Thomas is also going well. Let's see, it's St. Thomas on the inside who might have the advantage now. It's St. Thomas on the inside ahead of St. Catherine. It's St. Thomas who is away. St. Thomas and Anchor is pouring it on. St. Thomas is going to come away to win it. It's St. Thomas on Anchor. On the outside, St. Anne moves into third, but it's all about St. Thomas. 1 minute 00.12 is a flash time. The record 57.76 is safe, but 1 minute 00.24 gets the job done. So 1 minute 00.24 for St. Thomas to take it. St. Catherine second, 1 minute 01.01 in second. St. Anne third, 1 minute 01.43. St. James fourth, 1 minute 01.86 in fourth. St. Andrew fifth, 1 minute 02.28. Oh my word, so Chase, short of his double century, is out for 194. The West Indies, 625 for 8. I think that should be it for the West Indies innings. I think they probably should put the Sri Lankans in to bat now.
Lane number 4, the fastest qualifiers at 56.11, St. Andrew.
So let's give you the lineup for the under 11 girls 4x100 meters. Have St. Thomas in 8, Portland 7, St. Catherine 6, Manchester 5, St. Andrew 4, St. Elizabeth in 3, Westmoreland 2, Hanover in 1.
This is unscripted, but it deserves the attention today. Well, the 40-yard runs, it's falling back and then we fall like 3 times. But the same person. Is there a Mr. and Mrs. Drummond from St. James? Happy anniversary to Mr. and Mrs. Drummond from St. James, celebrating their 11 years of sweet marriage. Congratulations! It's your anniversary!
Oh yes, Mr. Starter.
On your mark.
So we're getting ready to go now for the under 11 girls 4x100 meters, and the gun sends them off now for the girls under 11 4x100 meters. It's even as the first exchanges are made now. Let's see, Manchester is starting to make a move though in lane number 5. Look at Manchester go in lane number 5. They've moved past St. Catherine, Manchester, and via the stagger I think it's Manchester who has the advantage now. Manchester around the bend continues to lead. St. Andrew is also in the mix-up, but it's all about Manchester at this point. On their outside, that's St. Catherine, Manchester. On the inside, St. Andrew now sneaks into the lead. It's St. Andrew who steps to the lead. Is there going to be a shake-up, or is it going to be St. Andrew who wins it? St. Andrew is sprinting away now. Portland comes into third. It's St. Andrew though who wins it. Manchester second, and Portland in third. St. Catherine left off the podium, and all of a sudden that 20-point gap that St. Catherine had coming into the 4x100 meters is being whittled away.
It was as good as done. Now fastest day home qualifying.
So St. Andrew 56.30, the winners. Manchester second 57.07, Portland third 57.37, St. Catherine fourth 57.49.
St. Elizabeth 58.6, Westmoreland 7th 59.50, and Hannibal 8th at 59.72. St. Andrew making a run in the chase for the title.
I still think this is. I think this is still St. Catherine's championships to lead. Sorry, St. Catherine's championship to win.
If you've seen the Mayor's playing Sundays and also race, ask them to report to the announcer's stable. All representatives from the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, you are needed immediately at the announcer's desk.
So the under 11 boys, 4x100 meters is up next. We have St. Catherine in lane 8. Lane 7, St. Andrew. Lane 6, Portland. Lane number 5, Manchester. Lane 4, St. James. Lane 3, St. Thomas. Lane 2, Kingston. And lane 1, St. Anne.
Lane 2, Kingston. And lane 1, St. Anne. The final of the 4x100 for under 11 boys. Boxes 1, 2, and 3 all ready.
So the gun sends them off and running now for the under 11 boys, 4x100 meters. On the outside, St. Catherine, they get out to a good start. St. Andrew wants the track, but it's St. Catherine who's leading now. On the inside, Portland is coming as well. Here comes St. Andrew on the backstretch. Look at this run from St. Andrew on the backstretch. They move on St. Catherine. Let's see as the second exchanges are made. It's St. Andrew with the advantage over St. Catherine. St. James are also there. So too Portland. But it might just be St. Andrew on the advantage based on the stagger. St. James is there. Let's see. It's St. James on the inside coming through as well. Might be that's Trelawney. That's actually Kingston in lane 2. It's Kingston in lane 2 who takes it over St. Andrew. So Kingston over St. Andrew. Kingston, then St. Andrew, not Kingston and St. Andrew. Kingston 54.27 taking it. St. Andrew second, 54.35. St. Catherine finished down the pack, and that lead again gets whittled a little more. St. James in third, 54.70. St. Thomas fourth, 55.42. Fifth, Portland 55.55. St. Catherine sixth, 55.71. Manchester seventh, 56.12. St. Anne eighth, 57.13. We're still waiting on some confirmation of results, but what was a 20-point gap, I'm sure, has been whittled down. Can the under 13 girls respond now for St. Catherine? Let's give you the lineup. St. Elizabeth in 8, St. Catherine 7, St. Thomas 6, in 5 Portland, 4 St. James, in 3 Trelawney, lane 2 St. Anne, and St. Andrew in 1. So it's going to be interesting. I'm looking to see if Chanel Brooks is on anchor for St. Catherine. She ran a stellar anchor leg for St. Catherine in the qualifiers to take them out of the depths and take them to victory. Can she do so in the final? That's the question. St. Andrew will have a very strong team, a well-rounded team. St. Thomas also will have a very good team, a very, very good team with the likes of Bird, Collard, Roberts, and Brown.
All ready to go.
St. Thomas might be looking to sneak into the top 3. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So there's a break at the start there. Stop. I keep on doing that. Remind myself that I'm not on commentary inside the stadium. And there's another break at the start. Under 13 girls. Many times, but I'll read it now. So while we have the break, let me just remind you and acknowledge our sponsors. So, Sagicor Future Smart Bundle, give your child a smart start with Sagicor Future Smart Bundle, combining savings and health coverage and investment opportunities in one package. Start building a brighter future today with rewards, protection, and the chance to make big dreams come true. Alliance Money Transfer, MoneyGram, and RIA need funds from loved ones abroad. With Alliance Money Transfer, receive your MoneyGram or RIA transfer quickly, conveniently at locations across Jamaica. And as this one is sent off, this is the under 13 girls 4x100 meters. St. Catherine on the outside is storming. They might not need Chanel Brooks to do the impossible as St. Catherine is leading. St. Andrew is running well as Trelawney, but on in lane number 7 is St. Catherine also coming into the mix. Looks to be this Portland, but St. Catherine leads. Is that Chanel Brook on anchor? Looks to be on the inside. It's St. Andrew, it's St. Catherine, it's St. Andrew, it's Brooks on anchor. Chanel Brooks on anchor, being run down on by. It's close. Ariana Lewis, oh my God, she falls. It's Ariana Lewis on anchor for St. Andrew. Chanel Brooks for St. Catherine. What a run! What a run between St. Catherine and St. Andrew. And it's St. Catherine who got it on the line. 51.43. St. Catherine gets the win. St. Andrew second. 51.44. Yeah. A rough, tough fall there for Ariana Lewis on anchor for St. Andrew. She gave it her all. And she took a rough fall there. 770 of you watching, reminding you to like, share, and subscribe. So, what a race that was just now between St. Andrew and St. Catherine. Yes, as somebody says, Jamaica's future in track and field is bright. So third in that one was Portland at 52.51.
Let's go for the Municipal Corporation. Put your hands together and make one.
So the under 13 boys 4x100 is next. So 5 more races to come. 5 races.
Let's hear it as well for the Michael Foundation.
So let's remind you, Alliance, money transfer, MoneyGram and RIA need funds from loved ones abroad. With Alliance Money Transfer, receive your MoneyGram or RIA transfer quickly and conveniently at locations across Jamaica. A little something for your little one, making it easier to support school expenses and everyday needs when it matters most. Alliance Financial Services, a member of the Sagicor group of companies. So it's the under 13 boys 4x100 meters, and this is a perfect opportunity now for St. Catherine to move away and close this out as a competition. We'll give you the lineup. St. Anne in 8, St. Mary in 7, St. Catherine in 6. They are the new record holders. In 5, Manchester. In 4, Westmoreland. In 3, St. James. In 2, St. Thomas. In 1, Trelawney. The record holders, St. Catherine, are in 6. There's no St. Andrew in this one. So an opportunity for St. Catherine to score 12 big unanswered points. If they do so, one would suspect that the fluffy lady will start to warm her vocals to declare St. Catherine the parish champions. The gun sends them off and running. The record set in the heat, 47.97 by St. Catherine, and already they start to move. This is a super team for St. Catherine. That was Nikhil Parchment. He passes now to Kimiko Gale, and it's St. Catherine with Kimiko Gale, who's rushing through this leg. The second exchange now is smooth to Joshua Williams, and it continues to be St. Catherine. Can they break their record? Joshua Williams around the bend. Now he hands off to Kaif Grant. Westmoreland is in second, but it's all about St. Catherine at this moment. Can St. Catherine break the record? Westmoreland in second. St. Catherine is storming. Let's see. The record is safe, but St. Catherine answers the call. 12 big answered points. Unanswered points, 48.221. The flash time for St. Catherine confirmed at 48.24. St. Catherine may have just closed it out. Westmoreland second, 49.32. Manchester third, 50.96. So let me explain to you, because I know some folks will be saying I am biased and I want St. Catherine to lose, but I am not. I'm simply watching the point standings, because St. Catherine have, as I expected, been DQ'd from the under 9 girls 4x100 meters. The pass was made late, and I'll tell you that the latest point standings I have, and this does not include all the relays, it includes up to the the updated point standings have now come in. At 1 point, St. Catherine led by only 5 points, but the updated point standings have changed that a little bit, and now St. Catherine, they lead by, let's make that 18.5 points. So 18.5 points now, the gap for St. Catherine going into the final 4 events. So those big 12 unanswered points from St. Catherine pushing the lead from just about 6 points to 18 points. So at one point the gap had been cut from 21 to 6 by St. Andrew. That victory just now, 12 big unanswered points from the under 13 boys, pushing the lead back up to 18. So it's Manchester, this is the under 15 girls now. Manchester 8, St. Catherine 7, Westmoreland 6, St. Andrew 5, Portland 4, Trelawney 3, Kingston 2, St. Anne in 1. Hazakon sends them away and running. Manchester on the outside gets a good start. So too St. Catherine. Look to the middle of the track as well with Portland as their first exchanges are made. It's late for Portland, but look at St. Catherine on the outside also going well. That's Westmoreland. Can the West get it done? St. Catherine is there. They make the exchange. St. Catherine is storming now. It's St. Catherine with the lead, ahead of everybody else. Can St. Catherine close this out in style? They look as if they're going to do that. On the inside, Portland is also going well, but it's all about St. Catherine. The defending champions have the lead, but Portland is making a charge. St. Catherine, though, will not be denied. It's all about St. Catherine. 53.01 is a flash time for St. Catherine to take it. So we await the confirmed times. So confirmed time, St. Catherine 53.06 to win. Portland second, 53.66. And let's wait on the minor places. Trelawney third, 53.76. Fourth, St. Andrew at 54.94. So, 3 relays to come. The boys under 15, 4x100 meters. And the voluptuous lady gets her notes ready. The defending champion St. Catherine look golden. Let's give you the lineup. We have St. Thomas in 8, Hanover in 7, St. Andrew in 6, St. Catherine in 5, St. Anne in 4, St. Elizabeth in 3. Lane 2 is Portland and lane 1 is Kingston.
Box 1 is ready, so to box 2. Box 3 are ready.
My mathematical calculation says that if St. Catherine finishes ahead of St. Andrew in this relay, then it becomes almost mathematically impossible for them to be caught on the final 2 events. That's unofficially. It's getting to that point where it's becoming almost impossible for St. Catherine to lose. So the gun sends them off and running now for the final 4x100 on the outside. St. Thomas has taken off like a plane. St. Thomas gets the exchange now. St. Anne is there, so too St. Andrew. St. Andrew is storming this backstretch here and they're running St. Thomas though It's St. Andrew who has the advantage. St. Thomas is in there, so too St. Anne. It's St. Andrew, St. Anne, St. Catherine yet to show. It is St. Andrew, St. Anne. There's a flag there, but St. Andrew doesn't care about that. They're battling with St. Anne, and it's St. Andrew who moves into the lead. It's St. Andrew who's going to win this one over St. Anne. Points to the clock, 49.39 on the clock. St. Anne is second. Looks like St. Andrew, sorry, St. Catherine in third. So confirmation now, St. Andrew winning with 49.53, St. Anne second 50.17, St. Catherine third 51.29. So the medleys are next.
51.23 seconds. That's how we conclude the 4x100 meter relays here at the 2026 station of the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Only 2 more races to be contested. The girls sprint medley, and then the boys sprint medley will close the show. Once again, calling on J.T.A. President Mark Malaga to come by trackside, please. Thank you. J.T.A. President Mark Malaga, you're needed by trackside.
Promise. A mother's lasting legacy.
Happy birthday, my beautiful one.
Cherished forever. Each year passes. Protection of love remains.
Dad!
A legacy received. Your love lives on with life insurance from Sagicor.
But I have big dreams. And one day, all my dreams are going to come true. That's why I'm glad Mommy opened a Sagicor Bank Star Savers account for me. It's the best gift she could ever give me. Because one day I won't be little anymore. And my small savings are going to grow big. I even got my own debit card. Give your child a gift that will grow. Open a Sagicor Bank Star Savers account today.
Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157.
Here, the J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Come see the future of Jamaica's track and field shine. Friday, June 26 and Saturday, June 27, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the National Stadium. Adults $500, students in uniform or school gear $300. Come cheer on your parish and meet our patron, world under 2200 meters silver medalist Shania Douglas. The J.T.A. Sagicor National Athletics Championships, June 26 and 27. Don't miss it.
Hi, my name is Latoya. I'm Zuri's mom, and I live to make her dreams possible. Zuri's proudest achievement in gymnastics has to be the competition that she won in Panama. It was her very first competition, and she dominated and was able to bring home the gold. Shortly after returning from Panama, her knee slipped out at school, and after the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons said she had to do surgery. So the cost of this surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance, and I had added supplemental health, so the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen. Shortly after returning from Panama, after school I picked her up one day and she told me that her knee slipped out at school. And when I felt her knee, it was very wobbly. And that's when I decided that something was not right, and I took her to see an orthopedic surgeon. And he said that there was something about her knee bone being very high, and he placed her in a knee brace. But then after the swelling went down, she became very timid. She did not want to take off the knee brace at all. It was very difficult to see my little girl moving from being energetic, excited about gymnastics and track, to this person that was so attached to the knee brace. But then her knee slipped out again, and this time it was swollen and she was in chronic pain to the point where I had to physically lift her to see him again. After the doctors saw her MRI, 4 orthopedic surgeons, both of her pediatricians, said she had to do surgery. So the cost of this surgery and the hospital was over $2 million. And that does not include the physiotherapy that she'd have to do, the continuous check that she'd have to do after she did the surgery. So it was a pretty penny. Fortunately, I had Sagicor Life Group Insurance, and I had added supplemental health that gave me additional coverage. I heard about Sagicor Life supplemental health at work, and when I looked at the benefits, it was pretty affordable, so it was a no-brainer. I had to sign up. With supplemental health insurance, the surgery was covered and I didn't have to take anything out of pocket. Having full coverage for the surgery meant everything to me. It was already a stressful time because it means that she would have had to go under anesthesia, and that for any parent was very scary. But that burden of cost was not on my shoulder, so it made things a little easier. You really shouldn't gamble with your child's future, and Sagicor supplemental health not only help your child, but it can help the whole family should a medical emergency happen.
What I'm most looking forward to when my knee gets better is just being myself, having fun, doing gymnastics, getting to one up and down.
Thanks to Sagicor Life, she will be able to.
Representing Showtime is Loban. Loban, lift your hands up, Loban.
So this is the sponsors race that you're watching. A little bit of entertainment before I get to the final 2 events.
All right. Let's welcome Javon Keys from Sagicor.
Javon Keys, one of the commentators, is representing.
Akeem Beckford from Sagicor, wave your hand.
Akeem Beckford of Sagicor.
Lorraine Reed Henning from J.T.A, wave your hand, Lorraine. Lorraine, wave your hand, there you go. Andre Mercer from J.T.A, wave your hand.
This should be soup for Keys.
And, of course, Shania, where are you, Shania? Come on, somebody, let's go for Shania.
If Javon doesn't win this, he won't be able to live it down. I'll tell you that.